Good. Yeah, it looks the same. So this is our house. You can see it's really good. I think that's why they had it listed for way high, because they did a lot of work. As you can see, they even like had the murals. This is an electric fireplace, which looks really nice. Yeah, cords. These shaker cabinets, white shaker cabinets. Island. Good. This I like this house. I would live there. But yeah, the comp of it is, I mean, obviously it's older. Ours is much newer, but it's also one floor and it's really good updated. I mean, it has its own yard. Obviously, if I was given the choices, I would pick our property instead of this one because this looks like smaller too. But it also has like really good updates. They tried, um, whatever. Looks small, but they tried to make it good. So, oh, they have a basement. Okay, this is beautiful. Yeah, they have a basement, so that's also another plus. Yeah, I'd say that's another plus. And a garage that's not really finished, but a garage doesn't have to be finished most of the time. So that's good. So I had this one, so it just added 5K because of the bathroom. Because to balance it out, I guess I don't have to explain that today. I guess yeah. So then that's it. 2-1, 2-1. Everything is similar. So adding 5K, that goes to 250. Now, if I had time, obviously I would go further. I'm gonna try one more time. Go maybe 0.5 and try to find another properties with full similar properties with age and stuff. In terms of age and stuff. But one thing also I noticed here is the days on market. So see the days on market over here. It is, yeah, it's long. So either
overpriced.
Yeah, it could be a lot of things actually. It could be overpriced. It could be because overpriced, or maybe the market at that time, it was a different market from this time that they sold. But I think it's just, no, actually this sold. So if it's 244 days, that means they listed it on 240. How many months is that? Is that 6 times 4, right? That's 30 times 8 months. Almost.
300 days?
244.
No. 244. Oh yeah.
8 months. So 8 months, and this one was just a month, meaning like that's a month plus closing. So that means it's just like immediately they got an offer right away. So I mean, if I was to do a real analysis, I would check that and see. So it could be the overprice, but it could also be the time, because a lot has changed during when the interest rate jacked up. So if I look at this, maybe this was before the interest rate went high, 10, but this one 8 months from this was after, and exactly this was at November, and this was, if you take 8 months, meaning 7 months back, and then 1 month goes to November, then this one it goes, that means it's listed as September. So this one was listed in November, it's September. So maybe at that time, it could be the interest rate, it could be maybe, but I think it's also overpriced. I'm guessing that this one was priced at lower than, like maybe they priced around the same 240, and this they just stuck to their guns. So if I look at it here, okay, so they priced it at 250, and then they negotiated down. They were negotiable. They sold it at they priced it at 250. They negotiated down, whatever, 245. But I'm guessing this guy's either started high. Our guys either started high, or they never budged on their price. So let's see. So yeah, so there's the idea. So they started at 319. I mean, so they only dropped like 20K.
20K.
And 20K they dropped it after 1 month, and then they never dropped it again. So that tells you that they were not negotiable, and they already listed very high.
Yep, that's true.
So That could be the reason, but I mean, you don't see you can. The one property shouldn't make you judge something. So that's why it's always good to have. I guess my comp disappeared, but it's always good to have more than 3 properties. That way you can kind of get a. Because one property really can tell you the answer, but if you look at 3 properties, then you can get an idea of okay, what's really happening. And when you saw me looking at actives. I was looking at actives because. I think this is putting 1 mile here. 0. What? This is what happens on this program sometimes. It just decides to become.
Yep, yeah, my search and your search. I think I was use the same login. That's probably why.
Yeah. Okay. I just reset. But so under contract, so if you look, and I was looking at this to see what's the situation like, just to confirm. So I saw a 260 here that was almost similar, just extra baths. I mean, if I remove this 15K, it actually goes to 253. So that confirms my analysis. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, and this one is also good. So I would confirm my analysis there. And also, when you found me, I was looking at active just to see what's the competition. So I see we have a 3.2, this 270, so my RV is 2. So 270 actives also, you have to consider that they still haven't dropped down their price. They might do concessions, it might go down or up. But I see we're around the same number, 250, 260, 230, 240, 220, and 270 is another one here, which was, and they're all really good. So yeah, I would say 250 is a conservative good number. And that's it. Let's go to, I was to do before and after for the same property. I think it had pictures. So this is after, you know, the after of it.
Yeah, after I've seen it.
And before. And the age is 1983, so there's not.
It's noted. Okay, not too bad, yeah. Okay. You got my number.
Okay. I do 2. 50. How much
I think
is
it's
it?
56.
Yeah, I got 56 too. But I was gonna say 55, 55, 56, 56. 49.
Oh. Oh.
49.
What did they tell?
I remember that.
I mean, this trip.
If you take the ARV as 250, how much would that be? Because they went too high. I'm not trying to justify, but I'm trying to see 250 or 56. You get 140 here. So if at 250 we come exactly to what to the same percentage if the ARV is 250. The only thing is that they stuck to a higher price. That's why they had a higher percentage. They had a higher difference.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So let's go to role play.
Just to remind me. So, the average contract is for the listing, like with an agent, is 6 months. Is it 3 months or is it 6 months?
It's 6 months.
So that's 6 months fixed. Like once you go in contract, it's fixed.
I mean, the contract is really a negotiation. Really, it's not a fix. So it's not like it's a rule that you have to have a certain amount of days to have a contract with an agent. It's upon you and the agent negotiating, but it's normally, so typically, it's usually 6 months. And then after 6 months, you renew with the agent. That's how it usually is. But if you want to have 1 year contract, you can. If you want to have a 1 day contract, you can. 3 months contract, you can. That's what I believe. I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm just speaking from my experience. But you could prove that on ChatGPT. But I think it's 6 months and then you renew. I think you're asking that because this was 8 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it could be the renew, and let's see. So
I'm asking how long is the standard contract length is between 3 to 6, yeah.
3 to 6, yeah. And then they're
and
probably
then between you and the router.
What did it say? Between you and the realtor, what's that?
The standard contract length that the realtor the seller has is typically between 3 to 6 months. However, this can vary based on several factors like market conditions, the realtor's policies, and the mutual agreement between you and the realtor. If the property doesn't sell between the contract period, you can either extend, sign a new one, or switch to a different realtor.
Yeah, true. And I was about to say, the realtor contracts really affects too, because, like, let's say if you sign it like 1 day or let's say 2 months contract, some realtors oblige you to. There are some provisions on realtor with like the realty itself, the company that the realtor works for, that I think you cannot list with another realtor for like 1 or 2 months. There's some weird, so it's not really.
Okay, say you list it for, like, let's say 3 months, the standard one, let's say 3 months or 6 months, right? And then they don't sell, and then you want to move to a different realtor, okay? Even if they don't sell, you still have to pay them, just for their services, for, wasting their time, listing it, pushing it. You still have to pay them something, or you don't pay them anything?
No, you don't pay them. But,
okay.
But realtors usually get mad. Sometimes they demand that. There's a situation actually I saw, I think, on Sub2 Post, where a realtor had listed a property for a seller, and then after 3 months, I think the seller was like denying to reduce his price, and then after 3 months or 6 months, the property didn't sell, and then the realtor was like, okay, at least for my time, please pay me this amount, $1,000.
Even I would say the same, yeah.
For my time, because not only do they have to spend their time as realtors, they also have to take pictures, hire a photographer. That's why I think when you see properties like this, you see with like camera photos, you're like surprised. Why would the realtor do that? Like, why would they jeopardize their listing? It's because they want to spend as least as possible, and in case they don't sell, they're out of pocket zero. Maybe it's just their time. So, because if you was to get photos, you as a realtor have to pay. Like the client doesn't pay for the photos unless the client just decides to be generous and pays for the photos. So you pay for the photos, you pay for the staging. No, you don't pay for the staging, obviously. But you pay for the photos, everything, listing, your time, the contracts and whatever. And if it doesn't sell, obviously, like, you get mad. I just spent all this money and this guy is just gonna walk away too. At that situation, what happens is usually there are some contracts that prohibits, like, for example, if you have a listing contract for 6 months, if that 6 months ends, there are some contracts that even if you sell that property without that realtor, let's say you cancel the contract. I think you cancel the contract, I think that's a different situation, but let's say you withdraw the listings before the 6 months ends, and then your property sells before the 6 months ends, but you've stopped working with that realtor. That realtor still can come and get the commission.
Oh, great.
Even if you sell it yourself. So there are some contracts with realtors that lock you in. And some of them can lock you in, like, after 6 months you cannot use another realtor for like another 6 months. So you always want to read those contracts with the realtors, and they vary. It's really not set in stone.
I see.
Yeah. All right. What am I looking?
Interesting.
So let's find. I guess we're done. Let's put the role play. I was looking for a property.
I'm clearing the scorecard. Okay. You're studying, so okay, you can clear the scope. Remember, I started yesterday. Just copy. Paste it online.
You did?
I found on you. Oh, that's. Oh, okay, okay. I'm seeing you pasted one, but that's something. Oh, that's what's the property we're searching? Yeah, I found one. I pasted it.
Hello.
Hello.
You Philip?
Speaking.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. I'm calling about a property you have on North Concord Street. Do you have a few seconds to speak?
A few seconds? Yeah, sure. Do you have an offer already?
Yeah, I understand you want an offer, and I'm interested in presenting one to you. I just need to get a few details. I'm looking to buy this property as an investment property, and obviously it looks really nice. My brother and I buy properties in the area, and we're looking to add a few rentals to our portfolio, and this is a good fit for what we're looking to do. But I know it. It obviously looks really, really nice in the inside, but I'm wondering if you're aware of anything that's necessary to be done to the property in terms of repairs.
Not really. So it doesn't need too much repairs. It depends on what you want to do with the property, I guess. But it's move-in ready.
Okay, so it's move-in ready. That's cool. I'm assuming like it's currently vacant.
It is.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, obviously, this looks like an update that was done recently. Were there tenants inside? Was it an owner occupied? Because we're looking for a rental, and we're trying to figure out if this might be an ideal rental in this area.
Yeah, it's actually perfect. It's actually perfect for rental. So it was a rental as well, and the tenants recently moved out, and they've just been the tenants they kind of messed up the property, so they don't want to be landlords anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But they fixed it up. They painted it. Obviously, like you can see, they painted it up, put new like wood floors, but they just want to be out of the whole landlord game.
Oh, nice. Okay, so they just want to sell and liquidate and move the assets somewhere else, I guess, to a different investment.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like they did a lot of work. Obviously, I mean, have you guys had any feedback from other buyers? What kind of feedback have you had? I'm guessing they kind of maybe had an issue. A few people had an issue with the fact that it has one bathroom. Did that come up at all?
Yeah, it did. It did actually. The fact that the main bedroom doesn't have a bathroom. But besides that, also most people don't really like. And I told them about this as well. See how they have green rooms, pink rooms, purple rooms. So there's no unity. It's just a whole rainbow.
Yeah, the color, right? I was wondering, like, what were they thinking on painting green on the rooms? It has purples, yeah. But I guess, I mean, there's like this one room that is black. Like, it reminds me. So my brother actually sent me this property because he remembered a property we bought a few months ago, and this property was fully renovated, but one of the room was like pink. So like it was perfect. I mean, everything else was perfect, but just the color was messing the whole house out. I mean, when we bought the property, we definitely changed the color. So, I mean, we don't mind. I mean, the house looks like this, I guess. We'll just have to paint it. I mean,
Yeah.
have you received any offers so far?
We actually did get an offer, but it was not what we wanted, so we turned it down.
Okay, was it lower or was it something in regards to the terms?
It was low.
Low, okay. Got it. How flexible are they on the price?
Not too much. I mean, shoot whatever you got, but like, I'll let you know that they know what the property is worth, so they want to get the most that they can get out of it.
Yeah, I agree. So I mean, I don't want to send you a low offer. Obviously, when it come in cash, most of the times it's properties that need a lot of work, and this looks like it's already well updated. I'm assuming that a cash offer probably won't be a good fit, because if you were to do a cash offer, probably you have to be like 20, 30, maybe 50,000 below the list price. And I'm guessing your seller won't take something like that, correct?
Yeah, definitely not. There's no need to send that kind of one.
Yeah, I was thinking too, because I mean, this property actually we bought a few months ago. Is saying that we painted the bedroom. It was similar to this, and it had been on the market for some time.
Good time again, Brody. The time is up. So, I gave you one on the intro.
One?
Yeah, because you kind of messed up, and this I think it's like the third time you're doing it. And like, do you have a second? And do you have a second? Like, instead of asking a few minutes, you said, do you have a second?
Bro, it doesn't matter.
It was going to be 1.5, but yeah. I mean, maybe it's in your head because you've said it a couple of times now, but yeah. Okay. Stories, I gave you 1. Rapport, I gave you 1.5. At least the conversation was going, the flow was good. I gave you 1.5 over there. And then with the transition, I guess maybe because of the time factor, but I gave you a 0.5.
This guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't give you didn't get to 0.
The war has started, I guess. Let's go.
No, actually it's a good thing because now we're giving realistic numbers, instead of giving each other 8, 9, you know what I mean? Like, now there's more critique. It's a good thing.
So what's the critique on transition?
On transition, I guess because of time, you didn't really, transition from the cash offer to the thing. You were starting on it, so there was not much that you really stayed on it. So you're definitely gonna get high. This time was the factor that played a role in you getting lower. You're probably gonna get 1 or something like that. Maybe 1.5. Who knows?
Okay, I'll put an address in the chat.
Okay. Hello, ring.
Hello.
Hey, Joseph.
Hey.
Joseph, my name is Phil. I was just calling regarding your property on 8090 Metz Road. Did I catch you at a good time?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I'm actually looking at this one for myself. So my brother and I, investors in the area, North Carolina, born and bred, and we have a couple of investment properties. So what we do is we fix and flip properties. So looking at this property, it looks like it actually needs a little bit of work. That's what caught my interest. I was just reaching out to see if there's really anything like major work that needs to be done on it.
Yeah, it has a couple of issues on the foundation and water damage, and probably need a new roof. A lot of things needs to be done on this house, and maybe a new HVAC system. Just a lot of work is needed. It's probably conducive for a person who's done major rehabs. If you've not, I don't think this will be a property for you.
Got it. Yeah, no, we love those. So we specialize in, like I said, we specialize in properties that need work. We like to come in, do all the updates, get it to 2024 standards, and then just resell it. So that's what I like to hear. So you said it has foundation issues and I guess water damage. How long has it been vacant for?
5 years.
Oh man, that's a long time. Mm-hmm. That's a long time. Yeah, so the sellers just let it sit, just sat on it and kept paying taxes for the 5 years. Why did they decide to sell so late?
I don't know. I think they just wanted to keep it, and they're not really paying attention to it. It was nothing. They inherited this property, so I mean they were making money on it for some time, and after the tenants moved out, they got lazy to rent it again, and then the issue started happening on the property, and renting it was even harder, and Then 5 years went so quick, and now the property is in disarray.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, man. It seems like they have a whole lot of money. I wouldn't leave a property sitting for 5 years, but I understand. Now, so do they have like a certain timeline that they need to get it sold by?
No, I mean, obviously they want to sell as soon as possible, but they've been holding it for 5 years, so time is not really an issue.
Perfect. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, I remember I had one seller, that I recently bought a property from. He had a property that he actually had a multiple number of properties, and he had a property that was listed that was vacant for about 10 years, and then once he was liquidating, he actually found out that he had different property, and he was able to make a lot of money out of that. So it's good to know that they have an asset that they can make some money out of. Now, what about the buyers that have walked through? What kind of feedback have you received from them?
The feedback, I mean, most of them just cannot. It's too much work, and they want a lower price for the work. They say the price is too high, and I told them that the price is not high. It's the work. We've gotten a quote from a construction company, and they say the work is not too much, so they don't think the price is too much. And yeah, I think it's been most of investors who were looking for a deal.
Got it. Now, what estimate quote did they give you for all the work that's needed on it?
About 100,000.
100,000. Okay. All right. So now you had mentioned that this property, the buyers are not really on a time crunch, but are they fixed on the price?
I mean, somewhat.
Somewhat. Okay. Yeah. The reason why I ask is obviously right now with the interest rates being ridiculously high, and the fact that we need to put in about 100 grand, like you said, a bit more, depending on which contractor that you use. The way I was looking at it is that since they have time on their hands, what we could do with this one is we recently purchased another property where time wasn't a factor. So what we did is the way we bought that property is we agreed to pay the buyer some monthly payments, and then give them a balloon payment after a certain number of years. But at the same time, we were able to pay the realtors the closing costs for the realtors. They're able to get something out of the property, and they were able to make more out of the property. So if they had it sitting for 5 years, if they were willing to wait for a bit more number of years, they can probably make more money. Do you think that's something that they'll be willing to entertain?
No, they're not interested.
Have you already discussed this with them?
No, I've not. Time. Okay. 0.5 transition. 0.5 creative.
Why is 0.5 transition? I thought a transition wrong.
No, it was not good.
They don't worry about time. So they don't worry about time, and then also that's why I quickly move. I didn't focus really on price. It's the time. They don't really worry about time. There's no rush. That's why I didn't really focus mainly on the cash offer.
But your transition was, I didn't feel it really. But apart from that, is your transition was since you mentioned you didn't focus on. I didn't even notice that you didn't focus on cash. But since you said that, actually you didn't focus on cash. But the main issue is that your offer that you did on creative. You said making payments.
Yeah, making like give them some monthly payment.
So how can you make
Like
a monthly payment on this property?
something with their pocket, I guess. Seller finance and balloon them.
But you're saying monthly payments. How would you be able to do that? Like, what would your plan be? Let's say you got it. Okay, let's say they say yes. You signed the contract. What's your next step?
What would be my next step?
You own the property.
I mean, I own the property. If they need some, money for.
No, all that is done.
Uh-huh.
You have the property now. What's your next step?
Well, maybe come. I use the calculator. Let's say they agree 7 years or 10 years or 15 years, whatever it is. Give them 700 or something like that per month. 500. I don't know whatever it's going to come up to. 500 a month just to offset monthly expenses if they need some. But it'll be kind of tough because of the fact that I'm also having to put in 100,000 to it. But yeah, you're right.
So you'll be giving them. I think you're confusing. What would you do? That's what I'm like. What would you do?
Monthly payments for 15 years, let's say, and then balloon them at the 15th year with whatever balance left from the price agreed.
And then you would what? And then what would you do? Okay, yes. Let's say yes. Okay, you're giving them the monthly payment. And what's next?
What's next for me? Fix it up, put someone in, make money during that period, and then put it on rent, make money during that period. Let's say I make, because if they're selling that property for 100,000, it's 100,000 inside work. Let's say it's valued at 2,000. Let's assume I'm getting 200,000. Let's say I'm getting 2,000, 10% off rent, and then I'm giving them 700 a month. That's still fine. I'm making 1,300, which is going to my pocket.
Okay, so you're making 1,300 going to your pocket, and you're paying them 700, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but you had to spend how much to do that?
100,000.
So with that 100,000, you're making 1,300 before paying taxes. So let's assume you're paying taxes another 500 or 400 taxes and insurance. That means you're making about 800 ish, right?
Did they come up to that high for this kind of value of property?
Taxes is usually 1.5% of the value per year, most of the times. And,
okay, so that would never be.
And insurance is around the same.
So you say 1.5, right? So let's say times 3, 0.2 per year, right?
Yeah. And remember, on all of those, you're probably paying on the new value of the house. It depends if the city might reassess. I think you'd not, because you're not selling it again, but for the insurer, like if there, this is not going to happen because until you sell it, then they'll reassess probably. But usually you pay the taxes on the value of the purchase price. So and now maybe you might pay 110, right? 110.
Okay.
1.5, so that will be, let's say 1% is about 1,000, right? 1,100. 1.5 is about 15, 16. Let's say 2,000 or 1,800. So that goes to about, and this varies by state, so it's not like different. Texas is the highest, so it depends on the state. So so that would be around 2,000 a year. That would be around 180 a month. So same for now. Insurance is going to be different because insurance, you're going to insure based on the new value of the house, not the previous price. Like they're not going to give the insurance based on the value of this house. Do you get what I'm saying? they're gonna insure a new renovated house, so it's gonna be a newer value. So that's gonna go high. That's gonna be like maybe 2 times. Not 2 times. Let's say 2 times because you're actually hiding. So that's gonna be like 180 plus 300 ish, 150 plus 300. That's about 450. I'd say 400. So, anyways, it comes to the same. We're just approximating. So I guess 1.5 value. But so that means you have 800 left in your pocket. So if you have 800 left in your pocket from the rent, in a year, how much is that? It's about 8,000. 8,000 times 2 plus 2 more, so about 9,500. That's about 500 ish, right?
Yeah.
So you're making 9,500 after spending 100,000. That's about a return of 9.5%.
Yeah, so in 15 years I only make 44K.
What? No. What do you mean 44K?
You say I'm making 9,500, right?
In 10 years you make 95,000.
I put 15 years. Okay, you want 10 years.
Oh yeah, but my point is like, if you're gonna sink 100,000 to make 9,000, that's a good return actually. But you don't know what the rent is. I mean, we're just assuming that's you're getting 10% return almost on your money. But these are just estimates. But would you rather take that 100,000 and still remember you're paying 700? So I mean, I guess. Would you rather take that and buy another property worth take 100,000, buy a property that's worth 200,000, or take 100,000, buy a property that's worth 500,000? That doesn't need any work. Which one would you do?
Sure, the 500.
But also it depends, because the 500 you might have a mortgage or whatever. It's just too much. I think my point is that you're gonna pay 50% down, almost, right? Since the property is worth, let's say that you're spending 100,000, and the property is worth 100,000. Sorry, the property you're buying it for 100,000, and then the property is worth like 200, let's say. So you're spending 50% down payment. You're paying 50% down payment. Why don't you take that money and go buy 10 properties with 10% down payment, and have 10 properties instead of one? So that's where the math. I mean, that's why. Normally I would do that, and then in order to just get my money and be out, I wouldn't do that to sink 100,000 for 10 years locked in the property. Do you get what I'm saying, or no?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but you can always refinance. Like, there's a lot of things you can do. I guess those are just strategies. But my point is that, like, on most of the seller finance, if you're gonna do seller finance on like this, it's probably most, like, for me personally, I think you can choose a different way. But for me personally, I wouldn't have it as a rental. I'd rather either have it as I'd rather either sell it or refinance and get that money. Like, I don't want to leave 100,000 in a property for 10 years, because I could take that 100,000 and recycle it. You get what I'm saying?
Invest it, yeah.
Like, let's say if I put in this property for 6 months, I sell it again, then I have my 100,000 and I have a little bit of profit, maybe 10 or 20%. So I have 120, and I have it cash, and I made some money. But if I keep it for 10 years, that means I don't have access to that 100,000 anymore for 10 years. Does that make sense? That means I have to go and find another 100,000 to continue doing real estate.
It makes sense.
Yeah, so that's why when you mentioned your creative finance of making monthly payment, you better explain it in a way where, I think when you say, like, okay, I think you didn't explain that part first of all. You said you're gonna make payments, which I think you wouldn't make payments on a property that doesn't generate income. That's why I thought that was a bad explanation of creative finance. you should have explained payments in a way where, okay, how are you gonna make money? Like, you're just gonna pay for a property that needs work. Are you gonna put some work in and then and then maybe, because if you another thing also, if you refinance, the seller finance portion goes off. That's another thing. Anyways, I'm just bombarding you with a lot of information, but this would either have been innovation or maybe a seller finance, which you would use that no money to fix and flip it, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Oh man, you're not getting anything. When I hear that, okay, I'm like, okay, you're not getting anything.
It's too much. Like, I'm getting it. Like, it's too much. Of course, I'm getting it. Like 100,000 tied into the property. It doesn't make sense. Like innovation part, obviously, that sounds like after you explaining this, it does sound like a better deal. Like maybe we consider to sell it, give the seller back their part of it, make a bit of money there, and exit without having to hold down.
Or even actually instead of innovation, that's actually innovation is almost like a seller finance. But like innovation, you just don't close on the property, so you can do an actual, like the same thing that you mentioned, the seller finance, but you don't seller finance it in like for 15-30 years. You just seller finance it maybe for 1 year until you finish renovation. That means you don't have to come in to buy this property, just make payments for 1 year until you finish the renovation, and then you sell it off. If that makes sense. You get it?
Then if there's a balance of that 1 year, once I'm done, I pay them off after the sale's been done.
Yeah, so like if let's say I do a seller finance give them $5,000 down and then maybe $100-$200 a month for 1 year and then balloon. That means I can pay them $5,000, then I can fix the property for 1 year and then sell it on the market, like 6 months fix it up, 6 months sell it on the market, and then once it sells, I pay off the remaining balance, and I also make a profit.
I see.
Did I confuse you on that, or that was easy to understand?
Yeah, that's easy to understand.
Okay, let's continue.
That's easy.
I guess, do I have to give you a property? I think I do. I think I just gave you. You're just talking about property I gave you, so you have to provide a property.
You're rating me, but you didn't finish.
111 0.5, so 4. And you actually didn't even rate.
I did. Oh shit! I think I rated actually. Let's see. I just didn't put 1, 2, 3, 4.5. I didn't put the score, but I put on how to rate. I put on the other side. Okay. Okay, so I should need a home. Page 4. Pick up the first bad boy. Joe.
You sent hello. Hey. Philip?
Hello. Speaking.
Hey Philip, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How am I speaking?
This is Joseph. I'm calling about a property you have on Alvinwoods. It looks really beautiful. I'm looking at this as an investment. Obviously, I mean, I see you guys have been listed for just a few over 3 months, I would say, 2.5 months. I'm looking at this as an investment, hopefully turn it into an Airbnb. I mean, what can you tell me about the property? What kind of feedback have you gotten so far?
Well, it's really a great property. A lot of people like the house, like the, the outdoor spacing that it has, the natural light that it provides, The only thing is that it's really just a big house. So a lot of buyers that have been coming are, people that want small families or something like that. So it's really big, it's 2,000 square footage. So the house is seemingly too big for a lot of people. So it's been a challenge for us to sell it. That's the reason why it's been listed for quite a while. But besides that, people love the house.
Yeah, Oh wow, that's nice. It must be really hard for you going up and down this house, showing the house all the time, right?
Oh yeah.
So I mean, it looks beautiful. Well, um, I can definitely get uh, the idea why people say it's people kind of see how big it is, and um, I guess they don't like the fact that it's too big. But we actually purchased property a few months ago, and where the house that we purchased was similar to this. It was kind of 1950s, 1960s house, and it's been on the market for a few days. And most of the buyers had the same feedback, like the house was too big. They had like a small family and whatever, and the realtor was complaining like, I don't get it, like why don't people have more babies today, you know, and fill out the rooms. So I mean, I feel you, especially these days, like most of the families are just simple families, and it's hard for big houses. But I mean, that
Oh yeah.
provides an opportunity for us. We're really interested. We're looking at this potentially, obviously we wanted to work out as a long term rental as well. But we're looking to turn this into an Airbnb. So we've done an Airbnb recently with my brother. We did our first one, I think, like 6 months ago, and we had a lot of success. We've been having a lot of success in Airbnb. So we're looking to add a few more and kind of see how it works out. But I mean, I see that you've been, you mentioned that you have some good feedbacks and some bad feedbacks. Have you received any offers that the seller might have considered taking?
Um, Actually, we haven't got any like written offers yet, so
Really?
that's really my worry now because it's been listed for quite a while now and we haven't got any written offers.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I know. Even us, like right now, on most of the property that I'm calling on realtors, they're struggling the same way as you are. Buyers have just stopped buying um, until the interest rate, I guess, they come down. But we're trying to look for different alternatives for us. So I mean, you haven't had any offers. Obviously, I mean, this house looks well updated. I'm assuming, was this a rental before? Or was this owner occupied? What was the story behind
It was unoccupied.
it? Okay. Are they moving out to a different state? Is it a job
Yeah,
relocation?
they already did. They already did. So they moved out to a different state because of the job. They moved out, and now that's the reason why they actually have to sell because at this
Mm-hmm.
point they're paying two mortgages at this point, so they need to get it out the way.
Have they thought about renting it out?
Well, they have. That's their plan B if it doesn't sell. But I mean, their main priority is at least having it sold.
Got it. Got it. Okay. And I'm assuming that there's nothing that's needed in terms of repairs, correct?
Oh no, 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 it's in pristine condition.
Okay. So, I mean, as I mentioned, that we've been buying a lot of Airbnbs, and most of them, actually, in the first few months, bought using cash, and at that time, the interest rate was really good, like 4, 3%. But right now, with every buyer, it's just like suffering with the interest rate. So, we've had to shift our strategies to buy more of these properties using creative finance. I mean, some some of them were bought using subject to, and some of them were bought using seller finance. Do you think your seller will be open to doing? I know you guys are, you still have time, but do you think they'll be open to take a look at the creative offer presented?
Your time is up.
No,
Your time is up.
no.
Yes, it is. It is
Okay, let me find the property for you.
1.5, 1.5, 0.5. One on intro, one on stories, 1.5 on the floor. Transition 1.5, 0.5 on creative.
Okay,
That gives you 1, 2, 5.5.
okay, I added an address.
Wait a second. 5.5. Am I speaking with Joseph?
Yeah, who's this?
Joseph, my name is Philip. How are you doing today?
I'm good, sir. How's your day?
Not too bad. Now, I was calling about your property on Old Street. You have a couple minutes to speak about it?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I was actually looking for a property to add to my Airbnb portfolio. My wife and I have a couple in the area. And so just by looking at the size and the property is an amazing property, we thought it'd be one of the candidates. My wife loves it. Obviously, by looking at the pictures, it's obviously in really great condition and it's been kept well. I'm assuming there's no major repairs needed on it.
No, so the a quick story about this house is that they did a flip. Um, they did a flip. They flipped this property. There were two couple living in the area, and when they got a new news that they're gonna have a baby, they decided to move out of the to the suburb areas because they all work remotely and they wanted to raise a family in the village, I guess suburbs. So they did that work themselves and then they decided to list it for sale. So I'm helping them. I'm kind of related to them. I'm helping them sell this property, and yeah, that's pretty much been the story so far.
Man, congratulations on their baby. Yeah, I get it. I mean,
I don't have a baby.
I know I said I said their baby, but you don't have any kids.
No, I don't.
I see. Yeah, I know. Also, when I grew up also in the in the bit of the outskirts of the city, and it was I guess it was a better thing for I guess my family. I thought it was better for us to grow out in the outskirts. That way we can spend more time together as a family as opposed to being in a crowded place. So I don't blame them at all. Now, you obviously here noticed that you have it listed for about 2 weeks. What kind of feedback have you been receiving from the buyers that have bought through?
I mean, it's mostly with they all love the house. It's just that nobody has given me any offer. We've not had any offer at all. But everybody likes the house. I think I might be the interest rates. It might be the market. I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, if I was given a choice to buy this property, I would buy it for myself. So I don't understand what the buyers are.
Man, what's holding you back from getting it? It's a really great property.
I already have a house, so maybe at some point. But now, no, it's not a good. I don't have the money to.
I get it. I get it. I get it. Now, I haven't really checked how it is in comparison to the other properties around, but how negotiable are they on that price?
I mean, I would say they're reasonable. They're reasonable people. They understand, but they'll put so much work into the house, so they don't. They're definitely not gonna sell for cents on the dollar. For 50 cents on the dollar. But if somebody comes in with a fair offer, they're willing to come. To come, to talk to them and to have a discussion and agree on a reasonable price.
Got it. Yeah, obviously, it sounds like you mentioned something about the market right now and interest rates. Are you doing any investments yourself, or you just noticed with the way the market is kind of strange right now that properties are sitting more? Is that why you said something like that?
Um, Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, well, what I mean is that I noticed that you said that you haven't got any offers, and I'm not surprised because I've spoken to a lot of realtors, and it's kind of weird the way the market is operating right now. A lot of properties like this one that's you expect to sell really quick just end up with either no offers or sitting on the market for a lot of days. So the market is acting kind of strange right now, but you know, but yeah. I think it's also aligned to a lot of us investors right now with the high interest rates. It's kind of hard for us to access funds from these lenders. So even for us, if we were to reach out to our lender, you know, the interest rates that they'll be charging us are ridiculously high. That if I was to come in with a cash offer, it'll be probably be not even what something that they will consider, and I wouldn't even want to insult them with anything like that. So, you know, if I was throwing a cash offer just by looking at the property and, you know, speaking to my lenders, I'd probably be at about 815. Do you think that's even a number that, you know, is worth even drafting up something formal?
No, but you were explaining something before about time.
Damn.
0.5.
I don't think it was good.
0.5 on creative, 1 on transition, 1 on. What did you explain? I even forgot, man. My brain is getting foggy. Should be sharp. 1 transition, 1 stories, 1 rapport, 1 intro.
Yeah, what did I explain? I think I was explaining like.
You talked a lot. That's what you did. So I was even.
I did.
Yeah, I was like, why did I even ask? Then you went to transition directly into creative. I think that's. Avoid to talk a lot. I feel like you should talk and have engagement.
Okay.
Do I have to give you an address? I do.
I just want to.
No, you have to give me an address. Sorry, I just gave it.
I just do. I just do.
Let me know what's you sent. What's this?
I already did.
Hello.
Hello.
Philip.
Speaking.
Hey Philip, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. This is Joseph. I'm calling about a property you have on Grove Street. Well, it's an amazing property. I'm interested in it. It looks like a good opportunity. What can you tell me about it?
You said your name is?
My name is Joseph. So I and my brother are investors. We're fixed and flip investors. We do rental once in a while. Our main strategy is we're looking to buy like 2 properties, sell 1, and then keep 1. So I think we might keep it after renovating it. We might sell it just depending on the you know how the rental market is in this area. Do you have any idea of how the rental market is in this area?
Not really. I mean, I'm not really renting. You'd have to do the numbers by yourself, to be honest.
No problem. I'll definitely do that. I wanted just to, you know, it's always better to get an idea of a person who's an expert in the location. But I mean, obviously, it looks like it needs some work. Do you have any idea of anything major that's needed that I need to take a note of before coming and view the property?
Oh yeah, this needs a lot of work. The walls need to be changed. The roof was damaged. I mean, if it was up to me, I mean, I would just foundation is good. I'll just do a gut job on it.
Oh, I see. What happened here? Was it a tenant? Was it vacant for a long time, or was it an investor bought it and is looking to sell? What was the situation here?
Yeah, vacant squatters came in and
wow,
damaged the year.
Okay, and do you know how long it's been vacant?
I think 3 years.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's so easy for people to just squat and nobody will even notice what's going on. So they do parties, drug eat, all that. I mean, it was abused.
Got it. Oh, was the seller? I mean, was the seller in out of state or in the same area?
Yeah, seller's from out of state, so he didn't really know what's going on, and obviously, like people was in the outskirts, so no neighbors to update him or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because we had a property also that we bought a few months ago that it's kind of same situation. The house was completely abandoned, and it had been vacant for almost 5 years, and the sellers were out of state, and they just inherited the property. That's the bad thing too. They inherited the property. Nobody, once the rental was coming in, everybody liked the property. Then after the rental stopped, nobody stopped caring on the property, and the property remained vacant. It was vandalized, and it was just horrible. But I mean, that provides an opportunity for me. Obviously, like it was a property like this, which I'm looking to do. What I'm looking to do is repair it and kind of put it back on the market. But I mean, I see you guys have been on the market for a few days. Have you had any offers so far?
No, we haven't got any offers yet. You know, it's been hard to show the property. So just because it's in the house, I live kind of from there. So for me to obviously show the property, someone needs to schedule something. So some guy wanted to view it, but our times didn't align. So I've not been able to show it yet.
Understood. Okay. So I mean, so no offers. I mean, here's what I'm thinking. So obviously, I can come in cash. How flexible are they on this number?
They kind of fixed. The reason is they actually own the land that they own is big. So it's not just the property that they're selling. The land as well is really huge.
Okay. So the land is huge. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to come in and cash offer, but I'm looking at the numbers here. You know, based on what they bought before, I think I'm gonna have to be significantly lower than what they're asking for. But I'm assuming that wouldn't make sense for them, right?
Nah, they just want out of it. I mean, they want out of it, get as much as they can, and you know, it's been vacant for 3 years, so they ain't no rush. They just want to make the most out of it because you know, the location is it's everything. It's secluded, and they know the value out of it.
Okay. Well, I mean, have you guys received any creative offers?
No.
Okay. I mean, would they be opposed to doing something creative on this if we were to give them what they're looking for?
What do you mean by that?
So, I mean, we can come in at full asking price, but obviously we would have to structure it in a way where they can receive some money now and some money later. Would they be open to doing something like that?
I really don't understand. So you pay half down and then half later? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on, it's really a matter of negotiation. How much do you think they'll be interested in taking down right now if they were to sell this at a full asking price?
Your time Your time is up. Was your mind off on this call?
My mind off? Well, no, you're trying to be smart. You know what you're doing. You're trying to act smart. I figured you out.
I'm trying to get challenged. What do you mean, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4. 111 0.50.
Where's 0.5?
Bro, you just said like, are they open to seller financing? I'm like, what do you mean? Then you said, something like, well, we pay them some money and then we pay them some money later. Like, you didn't explain anything on creative, like in a good way. You didn't explain yourself out in a good way. Even when I asked you, you said, you know, we can give them some money down and some money later. So I'm like, what exactly do you mean?
Okay.
And then you explained that, yeah, so I was not bored by the explanation of creative.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Go back to already 4.
No, I have to give you an address. Actually, I have already an address here. Was I looking at a different address? No, I was not. I sent you an address.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Joseph. Who's this?
Joseph, my name is Phil. I am looking here. I'm here on Zillow looking at the property that you have listed on Kistler Avenue. Um, I noticed that you have it listed for about 16 days now. Hoping we can come to an agreement and I can get this property off your hands. And I'm a local investor. I'm looking to add one more property to my rental portfolio. I was just reaching out to see if I can pick your brain and see what kind of feedback you've been receiving on this one.
Yeah, we've had a lot of feedback. The property has been good. I mean, it's in good condition, obviously. We're looking to sell it at market price. The seller understands the value of the house. The seller moved out, I think, a few weeks ago. They were staying there for 3 years. They stayed there for 3 years. They're basically looking for a place right now to move to that won't cost too much, so they're looking at other options. But they've been here for quite some time. We've had offers that came in a bit lower. We've had an offer of they're looking for. I think an investor came in looking for an offer around 290. The seller said no, that's not even going to cover their mortgage. So we've had other offers from other cash buyers. I mean, again, too low. Fix and flip investors. We've had creative offers. Seller said like, no, that's not going to work. They want their money now. They have to buy another house. And we've had regular buyers, but the issue with regular buyers is that they want to get the money. They're using FHA and VA financing, and the VA financing doesn't qualify because of the condition of the house.
Man, sounds like you've got about every offer in the book, and your seller's just turning everything down. It sounds like they're making their job hard for you.
Yeah, I talked to them. I talked to them, the sellers, and I told them that this is impossible. We have to reduce the price, but sellers want to make the most. And I understand. If you had an investment, imagine if you had an investment, you definitely want to make the most amount of money possible. It's your savings and all that kind of stuff. So I understand, but the market has just dropped, and they just don't get it. They still think we're in the previous market.
Oh yeah. I mean, usually times like this, it takes them, I see you have a list for 60 days. It takes them, for about, I think on average, I would say about 2 months or 3 months for them to understand that, the property value is not as they imagine it is. And, the market has changed, like you had stated. Now, you said you got a couple creative offers. What was holding them back from moving forward with those? Was it the terms that were offered, or what exactly was it?
Well, I mean, they have so the creative offers, they need to buy a house. That's the only issue.
Okay.
I think I mentioned that they need to buy a house, so they have to get their money to buy the house. They have to sell this one. That's the issue, because most of them, they just have to make the money. They have to get the money and buy another house, and creative just not gonna work.
Got it. Yeah, it's a bit of a tough situation right now, because even if I came in and offered cash, I would obviously be, lower than the asking price, significantly lower than asking price. And since they're not willing to do creative, since they need to buy that house, that will possibly don't work. Won't work either. But I always like to put it as a plan B. If everything else falls and they don't sell their house, what are they thinking? Since they're turning down all offers. Have you spoken about that yet?
I mean, we've had a discussion. I think the most reason why I told them that, hey, you guys, what will you do? Because you have to sell this. If you don't, you're probably gonna have to not buy the new house. But they say they're probably gonna have to rent for some time and see how it goes before buying another house. And this house, I mean, we just have to sell it. That's what they're like. Every day they're telling me we just have to sell this house.
Got it. Okay. Jules, just based on our conversation for this one, I can already tell like I might not be a right buyer. So what I was thinking, maybe, situations always change. So maybe, hopefully you can get it sold. But if not, I'm thinking maybe I might reach out to you a couple months later. Okay.
Yeah, what should I give you 0 on?
Well, there's nothing I this seller wanna do. It's up to you, but there's nothing this seller wanna do, so I'm just gonna pass.
So should I give you completely 0 or what? Is that what you're saying?
No.
What should I give you 0 on? You know the compartments: intro, rapport, stories, transition, creative finance.
No, not creative, not even 0, because I reached there. No 0, man.
What stories did you tell?
No, I didn't tell any story.
Okay, 0. Creative, I actually give. I think you did. I think you should have challenged. So when somebody doesn't want to do creative because they want to buy another house, should have given a story. We actually have a seller in the same situation where they're looking to buy another house. So what we did in that situation, we offered them, we drew up a contract that enabled them to buy another house. So we purchased the house on this. So this house was lease finance. So that means the payment went out. Sorry, the DTI. So the reason they don't. Do you know, first of all, the concept of it? Do you know how they can purchase using creative, or you don't know? If you don't, I'll explain.
No, themselves as well.
So if somebody says I cannot buy another house because if I sell this one to you on creative, do you know how to overcome that objection?
Mm-mm.
Do you know, like, not how to overcome meaning convince, but do you know what's the reason they can actually do it?
They can get a second mortgage.
Okay, but you don't know. It sounds like you don't know the reason why.
Well, from what I hear on the code, they can get a second mortgage.
What do you mean by second mortgage?
Like you said, they have a mortgage on this house, so can they not get a second mortgage? I read these guys telling the seller, "Oh, what about them? Have they used the second mortgage entitlement, something like that?" Maybe that's what I could have asked. Even if they have a mortgage on this, can they not get 2 mortgages one time?
You can.
Maybe that's something I could have asked them. Have they already used the second?
So you're confusing.
But I think that's for the VA loans, right?
Yeah, you're confusing two things. But again, that actually speaks. It says that you're understanding it, you're understanding the whole process, because it's good that you can remember that there's entitlements and whatever. But entitlement is a different topic, but it's kind of something else. I think entitlement is based on VA. They usually have a capacity. I don't want to confuse with entitlement. Entitlement is something different where.
Just second tier. Okay.
Yeah, second tier and first tier. It's basically like first mortgage and second mortgage. First tier, second tier, first mortgage and second mortgage. But on VA, when you get a VA, let's say you're a VA is veteran, right? American soldier.
Yeah.
You get benefits, and those benefits they depend.
Oh, by the way, my sorry to cut you off. My friend's baby mama got a VA loan. Remember the guy I was speaking about the last time when we were just like starting. I told you my friend has a wife who was like she's a vet. She was the Navy or something like that. I told you that he wants to buy a house, blah blah blah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she got a VA loan in Florida. She got a house for I think $300,000.
Was she not in Zambia?
No, man. I told you they met in India. Then they had a baby together in India, but she's American and she went back to America. So
but
my
the day
guy was planning to buy a house.
you were telling me about it she was in Zambia, right? Or not?
He was in Zambia, but the girl was already in America.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the guy is still here or is going?
Actually, she's coming to Zambia in I think August or something with the baby. They'll probably stay like a little bit over here, maybe 2-3 months, and then they'll go back there. They plan to go together because I think he tried to get a visa, but it didn't work.
Really?
Yeah, he applied for the. He applied and say like I have a child over there, so that visa is a bad visa to get because they know you'll never come back. like I'm going because of my child. So I think that was already a red flag for him. So this time he's gonna apply for a different kind of visa.
Why didn't he apply? Why didn't he apply that my wife? Why didn't the wife apply for him?
He's not married, so he's not married. That's the thing. They're not married. They just have a kid together.
They can get married when they get. Actually, they should do this advice. You should offer them, if it's wanted. They should probably
get married here.
Get married there, yeah, in Zambia instead of America. Because you don't need to get married in America. You can get married in Zambia instead of America, and then the wife can apply for the citizenship for her.
True.
That way, if you get to America, because if you get married in America, it's more. I guess I don't know, man. I don't know if the relationship is a real relationship or not, but gets complicated.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. So that cut you off, but you continue. You're talking about the entitlement.
Yeah, entitlement. So entitlement.
Yes.
Well, the guy told me that he was gonna buy a. Sorry, I'm still on your guy. Why did you cut the topic off? What's the? Is it getting
continue. No, continue. Continue. I have no worries talking about it.
No, because I wanted to ask. I think you asked me, should he buy a house or should he? It's the same guy, right? Because I remember there was a day I was telling you, like, you should get a VA loan. Then I explained to you that Khalifa's friend, Ashraf, also. Okay. And you were telling me that if he gets a house, it's not going to be really his. I think this is a different person.
Same person.
Because you told me he wants to get a house, but he doesn't want to be his wife. He doesn't want the fact that his wife will own it, and then he'll be like he wants his own thing.
Exactly. And he wants his own thing in case anything falls off with the wife, he still has his own house.
So this is the same person.
The same person.
So what is his resolve? What is his final? Since the house is
already actually, he's still going to buy a house. He's still going to buy another house, I guess, in the future. But for now, the wife already jumped. Like, she already said, I can't be renting out. I can't be whatever, because she retired. I don't know. She didn't retire. She didn't retire.
Did the wife buy a single family house or a duplex, fourplex?
I don't really know, to be honest. I didn't ask him the address or anything like that. But he said she got a big house.
Okay. I'd have told them.
For all of them. I complete all of them, yeah.
Yeah. I guess they
because she was like, I'm old enough now. I'm getting money. I don't want to stay with my family. Now I have a kid. So, and she's on like, she didn't retire, but she's off duty. But she can be recalled anytime. I don't know whatever they call that. That's what she's on.
Yeah. I kind of get the idea. Like, she's active, but like they usually have, I think, 5 years. Then you serve once in 5 years. I don't know. I forgot, but they have a lot. Yeah, I get your point. She's still like kind of can be recalled anytime.
Yeah, because she already came from deployment recently. She came from India. She was deployed there.
From India? Okay.
That's where they met.
Got it. So so they get the house. I guess for me, to be honest with you, like right now, the way I'm thinking investor, like if you want us, I guess I've told this 1,000 times, like I would never get a single family house. The first thing I would get.
But then they're family. You're looking at from them, they're family, maybe they want
still. But that's why it's very hard for a person who's not like read real estate books to, and this is not me talking about like as a way of bragging or anything like that. Is that I've consumed a lot of information to know that the best thing anybody starting out should start out with a fourplex, and then you move out from a fourplex into another house. That's like you have the house. Like if you start with a I guess it really depends, because like. Some people, they don't. It's not really. I think what you said is right. It's not. They don't look at it as an investor eyes. They look at it as life. Like they don't have that view. Not that it's bad or wrong or right or whatever. It's just that like they have a different view. They're looking at comfort and house and family, raising a family, and that. So I get that. I mean, I get that. But from my perspective, like whenever I hear that, I'm like, the best thing you can do if you really want to have financial freedom. One day you don't work, you know, you live financially free. One day you don't work, and you can do whatever you want. You're not tied to a job. The only way is to start when you're starting, start wisely. And that's why everybody I meet, I'm going to tell them the same message: start wisely, so that in later years you could be free and do whatever you want, and not tied to, hey, how much am I going to make? Can I work tomorrow? Am I still on the payroll and whatever, you know? Yeah. So when I hear that, I'm like, get a fourplex or duplex. Fourplex is better because you have 4 units. Start living like you have one child. Start living, you know, it's probably going to be 2-1. So one is going to be the couple, 1 bedroom for the couple, 1 bedroom for the child. Once the child gets like 7 or 8 or whatever, at that point you would be financially free already, because you would have moved from that fourplex maybe to another, like a living, then rent afterwards, then you move to another one, and then you move to another one, then now you own like 20 properties, and those 20 properties, they pay you like $4,000 a month cash flow, and you don't have to work, you know. And your baby now has grown, so you can buy a mansion and whatever and live in that mansion. That's what I would advise anybody. But if you're starting, especially for people who have like VA, that's where I feel the most pain, because VA, now we'll get to the second tier entitlement, whatever. VA, when like let's say your friend who is in India, right, was in India, his fiance was in India, depending on your post, like on your position, like if you're a sergeant, if you're like an officer, if you're a general, whatever, you get different kind of
benefits.
Yeah, different kind of benefits. Like let's say some may be like 400,000 is your maximum, some may be $1 million, some may be 2 million. But I think it's usually around the same base. Like it's not, I don't think it's really that, it depends on the position, but I don't think it really makes so much of a difference. But what makes a difference is like the cities too. Like if you were to go and start your VA in California, your maximum limit of money, that's where it comes, like first tier and second tier entitlement. The maximum they can give you as a loan is gonna be more than 1 million, because there's no house here in California that's less than $1 million. But if you go to Atlanta, most of the houses are around 200, 300,000. So they're not gonna give you $1 million. They're not gonna give you a maximum of like 500 or whatever. And that means if you buy a house for 250 or 300, that's your first tier, and then the second tier is the remainder, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So if you buy, if you're top, like you go to Atlanta, and then your maximum cap is 500, and then you bought your first house for 250, that means you have 250 left to spend on another house. So that's where first tier and second tier entitlement comes from. Is that clear?
I see. So you can cash in everything. If I'm understanding correctly, you said you can, let's say, get 250 and remaining 250, for example. So you can either choose to cash in everything at once, or you can get half.
Yeah, you can choose, like let's say for example the lady in Florida, right? The fiance, right? Let's assume he went to Florida and the Florida cap was like 500, right? And then he found a house for 459. That means he only has 51,000 left. So he's almost cashed out everything. He can do that. Or he can go in Florida and decide to buy a house for 100,000 and then leave the other 400,000 and to use again. So that's possible.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? So that's the first part. That's first tier and second tier entitlements. Those are entitlements. But now that's very different, because let's keep with the same example of the fiance, right? So let's assume he bought a 450 to make it easy in the calculation, and then it has 50,000 left. Now, how much is his payment? Let's say today, he does this in today's market. How much would the payment be? The good thing about VA is that they don't have to put any money down. So I think I told you that. That's the best thing about VA. Like you can, right now, if you want to buy a house, you don't have to put any money down. So if I go on the mortgage calculator, I'm going to share my screen real quick. That means, can you see my screen?
Just pop that right now. Yep.
Okay, so let's say that's 0% down, and let's say the VA, usually the VA, the interest rate is really low in comparison to other markets. It's usually the most favorable, even though you still have to pay interest. Let's assume it's 6%. So his payment before principal, his payment is $2,600 before taxes and insurance, right?
Okay.
Now, if he decides, let's say I found another house for $50,000. So right now it's used all, but let's say he decides, I found maybe another rental in Alabama. Let's say, usually Alabama, they have cheaper houses.
Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, Tennessee. Let's say he goes to Memphis, finds a house for $50,000, right? The only thing, so this is the second point I want to make, why I think the whole discussion we started talking about this was the part of they didn't say it, but how can they afford the second house? So they can afford if they have entitlements, of course. $50,000 they have entitlements, they can afford it. Like that's the second tier that's left. But the only issue is on this one is that will affect is this $2,000, the monthly payment, because the bank still has to see if this person can pay more than $2,600. Let's say if his salary is $2,000 a month.
You can't qualify.
He can't qualify, even if it's a VA. You get what I'm saying? So even if, like right now, let's say he's a VA, he has 0% down, he's gotten a mortgage for $450,000, 0% down. But since his payments is $2,600 and he only makes in a month $2,000, the bank will say no. No matter if you're a VA or whatever, the bank will say no, because VA is not VA itself. I think the whole idea of VA. Did I mention this before or not? But tell me if I did. VA is just a guarantee. It's not a loan. It's not a type of loan.
Like no wonder a lot of these, like I see these pages. Yeah, like the government doesn't take care of us first because maybe they can't find a job, so it means that they can't afford those monthly payments, which means that they can't even buy a house even if they've finished service because they can't find something sustainable enough to give them enough.
1,000%, yeah, 1,000%. So, I mean, even if you have like they give you this loan, this is still a loan. It's not like they give you money. Like I think that's the one thing we confuse. Is like it's still like it's not your money. It's still like something that you still have to pay for it. Like it's not like they gave you $400 or go and buy a big house. No, they like you're gonna buy your own big house, but we are guaranteeing the payment. That's what VA is. And FHA is the same thing. FHA is kind of like a VA. It's not really a loan. The loan is really given by the bank. It's not by the VA or FHA. FHA and VA is like a guarantee. And what do they guarantee? They guarantee to the bank that they tell the bank, okay, as a veteran association, we're going to guarantee this person. In case they don't pay, we will come in and pay back your loan. You get what I'm saying? So it doesn't mean that the VA gives the loan or the VA pays for the loan, but it just guarantees that, hey, this guy's going to do service as a government and veteran association. We are guaranteeing this loan, meaning like if this person, whatever, like give him $0 down, he's not going to pay any down payment, give him the best interest rate, and we're going to guarantee if they don't pay it, we'll pay it back. That's what it is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then the FHA is the same thing, but it's just the government for anybody who first homeowner. You get what I'm saying? And then all the others are the same. Even the conventional Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, they're kind of similar, but they work on a different concept where the Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae are the regular conventional loans, where what they do is they guaranteeing it by reselling it, those loans, if that makes sense. It's kind of a different concept. Am I going too far into the weeds? I guess. Tell me if I probably should stop. I'm going too far.
Wait, so if you don't pay, they're gonna say like, okay, this person stops paying at let's say 7 years.
No.
Make sure we resell.
No. So what they do is kind of it's kind of a different concept. They guaranteeing it by meaning like they buy those loans from. So let's say Bank of America goes and offers a loan to a conventional loan to Philip, right? Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are two biggest institutions that do conventional loans, and what they do is they guarantee it by saying that we're gonna buy those loans from you. Same as how a VA guarantees by, instead of buying the loan, they say that in case this guy doesn't pay, we'll pay. Do you get what I'm saying? Like a cushion. Now in this situation of conventional, instead of providing that cushion, they actually get that loan and buy it.
Okay, then you pay them back. Then if they don't, they foreclose it.
They foreclose. But what that means, the loan from Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, it gets out of the bank's books. That means the bank is no longer responsible. They already get their money back and the interest and whatever. And what they do with this Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, they go and resell those loans. Same as stocks. They sell it as stocks. You know when you go to buy a stock of Facebook or whatever.
They resell the loans?
Yeah, they resell the loans to other people, other institutions. Like they make money. So for example, if I tell you like this, all right, Bank of America, this is going too deep into the banking, but you don't have, I guess, tell me to stop whenever I think I should probably stop after saying this, because I will probably keep going. But Bank of America sells the loan, like for buying a house, like to Philip, and then somebody else, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, buys that loan from Bank of America, and then it goes to resell it to the public as a stock. That means, why do they do that? Because, like, let's say this loan has 6% interest, right?
They put an interest.
They put an high interest on the and there's like originally like 6% is really, I'll go too much, but 6% is really, it included all the profits from Fannie Mae, Freddie Mae, and all the bank profits. So really the actual percent might be like 2 or 3, but it's sold at 3 extra percent, and which goes, somebody else buys that interest percentage as a profit and as kind of an investment, if that makes sense.
Someone else being me, right?
No, you are the person who's paying everybody on the transaction. You bought your house, right, for 6%, meaning all the money is coming from you, correct?
Yeah.
So your money is gonna pay Bank of America, and the Bank of America is gonna resell that loan to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac is gonna sell that loan to somebody else, another investor. Does that make sense?
I think the other investor, how did they get people to do it? So I guess they
actually think, people to be honest with you, I actually think Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, I might have said wrong, but I think Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are the ones who actually the last end. Let me just make sure. They're the ones who buy the actual loan and make profit, but I don't know what they do. Give me one second. What does Fannie Mae Freddie do with conventional loans? I don't want to say something wrong. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here, Fannie Mae plays a crucial role in the U.S. mortgage market, particularly with conventional loans. Here's the breakdown. Both entities buy mortgage from lenders. So this is like Bank of America and whatever. They buy qualifying loans. So they have to be like 20% down with high interest rate and blah, blah, blah. And the person DTI has to be good. They bundle this mortgage into mortgage MBS. This is actually what caused the 2008. You remember? Have you heard of the 2008 crisis, the crash?
Yeah, global financial crisis.
Yeah, when that happened, this was. I mean, it was usually. I think you know that it was because of the mortgages and real estate. Yeah, and it was because of these mortgage-backed securities, because these are kind of like so they bundle this mortgage into MBS, mortgage-backed security, and then they sell them. Selling the MBS. So this security are sold to investors on secondary mortgage market. So like you, an investor, you go and look at how I can put them. Like I can get, like let's say, there's that 7% interest loan right there. Okay, I have money. I wanna make 7% on my money. Why don't I just buy that loan and then make money? Do you get what I'm saying? I don't know if you get it. But maybe you do. Do you or no? Still here? Oh, Philip is gone. Philip, are you here? Philip?
Good.
Yeah. I think that's you calling me.
Thank you. They speaking.
Yeah.
So
Can you hear me?
hello. Oh, now.
You're calling me.
Yeah. I called it on WhatsApp because I don't want to hear now. You hearing?
Okay, stop.
Just put your hand.
Just stop.
I got disconnected.
Power?
Yeah, power.
Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah, I guess I was saying this.
Joseph, now you're not audible.
What? I'm not audible?
You're not audible.
Can you hear me? Let me start my camera. Can you hear me?
Yes, hear me. No.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
No, I can't.
Okay. Yeah, so, man, I don't want to take too much time doing this, but I'll finish up real quick. So, we'll go back to the main point. But they sell mortgage-backed securities, so they're like stocks. Pretty much when you, like, let's say right now you have $100, right? If somebody told you, like, I'm gonna give you 10% of that money every month, you would say, hey, yeah, that's a good investment. Put me in. You know, same as how you're putting your money in your bank, right? You want to get a return. So same as this, when you buy mortgage-backed securities, you're buying almost same as a stock. Same thing as stock. And when you're buying stocks, any investment, even real estate, you're putting your money there because you want to make 10, 5, 12% on interest. So when somebody comes and look at, hey, Philip is paying 7% interest. If I buy that loan, I'll make 7% interest. Does that make sense? That's how the government banking system usually works. I think you know that you're in economics. Oh, how do you understand the banking system? Explain it.
Obviously, like in simple terms, people put in their money, bank uses it, they get back interest out of it in a certain amount of time.
True. And how does the bank make? And I think I don't want to complicate this for
bank
you.
Bank uses the money to give people other loans as well.
True, exactly. So the bank pretty much what it does is as you say, like it gives other people loans, and then like when you go and get a credit card, you know, credit card is one of the worst things. I guess we used to do it, but we used to do it, and I think it has its value, but that's how banks really make money. Because if they give you a credit card, like right now, most of my credit cards are around 20% interest. So if that means if I spend $1,000, I have to pay them back $200 extra. If I pay 10,000, I have to pay 2,000. If I pay 100,000, I use 100,000 credit cards, I have to pay 20,000. So that's 20,000 profit that they make, the banks themselves as profit. So I think that's how banks make money. As you mentioned, they give people loans. But why do they need deposits? That's just an off question. Why do they need you to put money in order for them to lend? Why don't they just lend and then? Or can they do that?
Oh, bro, they'll have no money to give up. You're like, they'll have no money.
Okay, I'm gonna educate you on this. This is something, but it's
I remember I didn't study banking, bro. I didn't study banking. I studied economics. It's a bit different from banking.
Okay, fair enough. So what happens is usually the banks, so they need a deposit because a bank doesn't need, like, to loan you money, it doesn't need those deposits. What usually happens when the bank is that they go and loan. So for example, Zambia, right? Zambia, is there a National Bank of Zambia or like a government bank of Zambia?
That's exactly what it is.
It's called, okay, so it's called government, but can people get money from that bank?
No.
Okay, so the same thing works everywhere. What's that? Go ahead. What are you saying?
It's a central bank. You cannot get money from central bank.
Yeah, so
it
that's
deals with other bank. Deals with other bank.
Exactly. So that's the same system everywhere in America, in Tanzania. It's the same way. So you cannot, but the bank, like other banks, like Bank of America or Bank of like another. What's this other local bank of Zambia? What's the name of one of them?
Zanaco, Zambian National Commercial Bank. That's like a normal.
Okay, that one you can get a bank, right? You can get a loan from there. You can put your money there, right? Yeah. So it's called Zaneco.
Zanaco, yeah.
Zanaco. Okay, so what Zanaco does, Zanaco goes to the government. Is it called National Bank of? What is the name of the
Bank of Zambia?
Bank of Zambia. Zanaco goes to the Bank of Zambia, says, "Hey, can you give me $50 million?" And then the Bank of Zambia says, "Why?" Bank of Zambia says, "Why?" "Oh, because I need it." And then Zanaco says, "Okay, we're gonna give you $50 million." So if you want to start a bank today, like let's say you want to start Bank of Philip, you just need to have couple of things I'm gonna mention, but maybe they're not really. You're not looking to start a bank, but one day maybe you might get rich to start a bank. What you need really is you can start a bank anytime. You can go to the Bank of Zambia and the National Bank of Zambia and tell them, I need $50 million. I want to start a bank. What in theory, what happens is that they give you that $50 million at, let's say, at interest. So because how does the Bank of Zambia make money? They make the interest that they give you. So they say, Philip, we're going to give you $50 million for 2% interest. Here's your $50 million for 2% interest. And how they make money is the Zambian government now starts making money. Starts making that 2% interest. It becomes profit of the Bank of Zambia, meaning it's the profit of the people of Zambia. It's like same as taxes. Like the government gets money from that interest that they give you. And what you do, so Philip, your Bank of Philip, you've started your own Zanaco Bank of Philip. You now have $50 million at 2% interest. And what you do, Philip, is you go take that.
Give other people.
Yeah, you find other people who need $50 million, and then you charge them 7% interest.
Mm-hmm.
Or more, depending on. But if they default, you have to find a way to, like, so for example, now you've gone to find $50 million. Let's say you find you have your Bank of Philip, and then you find like 5 developers in Zambia, and then each of them you give them $5 million for them to pay you back in like 30 years, and like let's say 10 developers in Zambia, $5 million each, and now you've spread out, you've given loans of $50 million to 10 people in Zambia, 10 developers in Zambia, or building skyscraper or whatever, and then you give them an interest of 7%. So you, a Bank of Philip, have rendered 7%, and you've gotten 2% from, so you're making 5% interest in a sense. You get what I'm saying? Now,
yeah.
Why can't anybody do that? Like, why can't you just liquidity, exactly? Because for you, so for example, what happens if one of the developers, in real estate, something happens and then they default, they make a mistake, maybe they build the building wrong, then maybe the building falls down, they didn't put insurance, and now you've lost $5 million. So who pays for that $5 million?
Philip, Bank of Philip.
Bank of Philip. So Philip now has to pay back Bank of Zambia, even though he has lost. Let's say against all odds, maybe you make the worst, because usually that's why there's lending guidelines, because that's why, like, when you're lending, they have to check your DTI, they have to check your down payment or whatever to make sure that you don't default. Because if you don't default, then Bank of Philip has to come out of pocket and pay the government the money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you get the whole point, right? You get the chain?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I get it.
So if, let's say, you had $50 million and you lend it all out and one person defaults, that means, Philip, you have to go from your pocket and pay back the government. But if you didn't have any money, so that's why not everybody can have a bank, is because in order for you to start a bank, you need to have that at a certain amount of liquidity. I think it's like 10%. So for example, if you're loaning from the government $50 million, I'm not sure of the percentage, I'm just going to give you a rough example. You need to have, let's say, like $30 million cash. Do you get the concept? In order for them for the Bank of Zambia to give you need to be liquid. Even though they don't need to take that money, but you need to be liquid as a guarantee that in case something happens, they can come for that money. And that is the reason why banks have deposits. That's why the reason all the banks, you go to put the money down. So for example, like if a bank, like Bank of Philip or Zaneco, they need people to come and put their money as a savings account, as a checking account, because that increases the liquidity to get more money. So now if let's say I had 30 million and I got 50 million, and now I have deposits of another, let's say I get from people of Zambia, all over Zambia, they give me another 30 million. That means with another 30 million from the deposit, I can go back to the government and tell them, give me 50 more million, and I'm gonna again lend more. If that deposit drops down, then they have to match out, meaning like they have to pay back. I don't know if that makes sense. Like if your deposit, let's say they got deposit from people of Zambia of 30 million and then they got another 50 million. What happens if everybody in Zambia panics and says, oh, I'm going to get my money from the bank. I want all my 30 million from the bank back. Then now the bank is in trouble, because then the bank now has to come out of pocket and pay back the loan that they got, because they don't have enough deposit to guarantee the loan. Make sense? Or too much information? I cannot hear you. You've gone. I can't hear you. Yeah, you're completely out. I don't think it's my. I think it's your audio, because you're out before, so you're out now. So I think it's your audio. Again. Try to join again. I'm not hearing anything you're saying. I think you're hearing me, but I think I cannot hear you. Okay, there we go. You're back.
Yeah, it was saying that your mic is experiencing problems. Refresh the page to load the page to get it back.
Okay. Did you hear my explanation though?
I heard everything. Yeah, I was even answering, but okay. I don't know why you couldn't.
Yeah, I couldn't hear. Yeah, so that's what happens when like people panic and then everybody goes and withdraws the money on the bank. Then the bank faces an issue where it becomes insolvent. That's why banks fall. Like I think you heard like.
Yeah, we actually had a bank that recently. Like I think it was like two banks, two months ago. Like one bank in my country, like they liquidated. They failed to pay the staff and they liquidated.
Yeah, so that's usually most of the times is the cause, is because there's not enough deposit in comparison to the loans they've given out, that they're taken from the government given out. So the government comes and says, okay, you're not financial enough and you have to close down. So that's why that's why people deposit money.
Yeah, like in order to give people security, they had to transfer all the people's funds to like another bank, like a government-owned bank. This was like a private-owned bank, but it was like they moved it to like a parastate, or like, part government, part something, and then people were able to, trust it and continue, because if they moved it to another private, I don't think it would have worked, So
yeah.
They moved it like to something, they gave them security. So all their accounts, all their money was intact, like it just was a swift transition.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, but
for like 1 week, it was like craziness.
Yeah, some people lose money, and that's why people don't. So yeah, like that's good transition, because they movement they're pretty much guaranteed. Because imagine if you had like most of the people put their money on the bank, and imagine tomorrow they tell you that the bank is no longer in, like you go there, you find zero, and you're gonna panic, man. You have like
panic,
yeah, you're gonna panic. So governments usually try to save banks, but sometimes banks can go under. So that's very possible. It's not a guarantee, and that has happened recently in America. I think maybe you heard or not. There was a Silicon Valley bank that went under. Yeah, when the interest rate piped up, I think like 2 banks went under, and 1 bank was sold to another bank. Right now, it's same thing as exactly the same thing, and I think this happened around the same time, probably.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, end of last year. Last year, maybe last year, for sure last year, but I don't know if it's the beginning or the end. Did that happen same time or no?
No, this one happened, let's see, July. I think it happened in February, February, March, or something like that.
Okay, maybe
a lot of my friends are like bankers, so.
Yeah, so ours happened around the time when the interest rate piped up, and then some of the banks they just didn't have enough solvency, so they were dissolved. And when that happens, it's a mess, bro. Because imagine, um, think about it in this way. Because in America it's different. In America, some banks can be bought by another. So I think two banks at that time they were bought by one of the big banks. Chase is still intact. Wells Fargo is intact, but there was another big bank, TD Ameritrade. There's another big bank that was sold to. It was also available in Turkey. Do you remember Turkey? There was a bank that was most of
HSBC.
it. Huh?
HSBC.
Not just BC. It was a French bank. A lot of French people had it. French bank that is international. It's you notice when I put it up here on the PNB Paribas. I'll show you.
Yeah, I remember. It even left Turkey actually. It even left Turkey.
Even you said left Turkey?
Yeah, it was not. I stopped seeing ATM for it.
Oh yeah. So yeah, it left. Maybe that's the reason. So,
I think they bought it. I think Guarantee Bank or something bought it. One of the Turkish banks bought it. I think Guarantee or Finance Bank. Yeah, Finance Bank bought it. Yeah.
So the same thing here. So PNB Paribas, they had it like that was actually a really interesting bank because it was. I went to Turkey, it was available. In Turkey, it was available. In America, it's available. In most of the European countries, it's available. I think it's a French bank though. I think it's
even Barclays. Like I had Barclays. Barclays was also a big bank, but
yeah, Barclays is also here in the US too, but it's not
English bank.
Yeah, it's also not Barclays though. It's not so common here, but you can open. I think I wanted to open a credit card or something like that. You can do that, and it's
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's an English bank, of course. Barclays Premier League. Who doesn't know that?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so the issue about this PNB is that at the same time it got sold to another bank, and now it's a completely different bank. So I think
Okay.
that's what happens. But what can happen, you can also lose your money because some banks that are not bought, they get dissolved, and meaning that
Yeah.
they try to sell the scraps, whatever is left is try to sell the, and some people, if there's not enough money, then you lose your money, meaning that every bank, for example in America, has a FDIC. Have you ever heard of FDIC insurance? Probably not. But every bank in America only can guarantee your amount of deposit up to 250,000. So if you have
Oh, the rest is the risk. The own risk.
the rest is your own risk. But obviously things like this happen where when bank is sold, like another bank buys it. So that usually happens, but that's not a guarantee. But the government, FDIC, it's an insurance where it guarantees like if you have 250 in the bank account, that money
For sure, you get that.
you get that, yeah, for sure you get that. But if you have like $1 million, that means you lost 750 if the bank goes under. So, anyways, so that's the point of deposit bank, how bank work. We went in a very far tangent, but our beginning tangent was the DTI. So let me explain that real quick and say why, and then we should probably take a break. So for example, if you here you have so example like they bought a house, right, 450. The only issue that will affect them is this the principal and interest. So if they cannot make 2,000 a month, no matter what, like even if they have the money as a VA loan, they cannot pay 2,000 a month. They can't qualify.
Qualify.
So it gets tough because let's say even if their house is $1 million, right? Let's say they have VA entitlements $1 million, they only use 450, and maybe they have 550 left. If they want to get another house, obviously they can get it because they have the entitlement of $1 million, right? But the only issue is that once they get another 550, they have 2,600 per month plus a 550, which means that they do have to pay another 3,000. So that means they have to make 3,200, 300 plus 2,600. That means around 6,000 a month they have to have monthly income of 6,000 months. That's what usually affects people, if that makes sense. Okay. You get what I'm saying? It's not only the entitlement tier, but it's also the monthly payment. Can they afford 6,000, 2,000 plus 3,000? Can they afford that? And if that means you need to have a job that can make 6,000. And also, just to let you know, that when they're calculating so for example, this is another thing, sorry, I'm gonna go on this last tangent. When you want to qualify for a house, your house payment has to be 30% of your income. So in order for you to qualify for 6,000 payment, yeah, so in order for you to qualify for like this, let's say for example for just this one here, in order for you to qualify for 3,000 a month monthly payment, you have to make 3 times 30% times 3, let's say 3.5. You have to make 3 times this amount, meaning you have to make at least 10,000, so that 30% of 10,000 is your monthly payment. And that's what kills people. So how many people are around making 10,000 a month? And if you have, like, let's say if you have 2 payments, let's say you're paying 3,000 and then you're paying another 2,600, that's 6,000. That means you have to make 3 times that, about 18 to 20,000 a month, to afford those 2 payments. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's why when we're having a call, I think we had a call and you said, I think you the issue was the DTI, that they cannot buy another house because this house, the payment is already 3,000, let's say, and then in order for them to buy another house, their DTI has to be 3 times, and they're not gonna qualify because the lender will see, hey, you're only making 5,000 a month. How are you gonna afford 5,000 payments? Yeah, plus sure. So on those situations, that's the most objections of seller finance. Like, I need to sell this house so that to take it off the DTI, and then in order to buy another house. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So how do you solve that issue? I guess that's what I was trying to explain all this time. How do you solve that issue is by doing what is called as a lease option or lease purchase. Meaning, we don't actually buy the house immediately. We sign a lease contract with you for like 6 months or 1 year. That way, the bank sees this as a rental, and then that income offsets your DTI. Do you get what I'm saying? Because if you have a rental, the rental income offsets your DTI. Like, meaning it offsets that monthly payment. So for example, if you pay 3,000, that 3,000 comes from rental income, not from your pocket, then it offsets it. Do you make sense? So now your DTI is 0. It's not 3,000 anymore. It's 0. So that's what we usually do. So we don't, because if we purchase it, first of all, if we purchase it directly, the bank is going to see, oh, so you're trying to finesse the banks. They'll probably tell you no. You know what I'm saying? So they'll know, like, you're trying to do subject to all deals. So probably even if we give you this loan, you're probably might do a subject to it. They'll see too much risk. So what you do is you just tell them that we'll do a lease purchase. That means it's kind of like we're leasing it from them.
I'll be getting income. Yeah, I'll be getting income.
Yeah, it will be getting income, and it's not, so it will offset their DTI. So, and that usually happens if on the first day, I think it's 75% of the DTI goes away, and then after 6 months, 100% goes away. So that's how people overcome that objection. Hey, I need to buy another house. I need to sell this house in order to buy another house. Then you ask them, hey, is it because you're afraid you won't qualify due to the monthly payment will be too high? Yeah, we've solved that before. We had a seller with this, and what we did in that scenario, we signed like a 6-month lease option that enabled them to offset their DTI, and they were able to go and have a 0 DTI and purchase more properties.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it, man. There's more to it, but I think we'll end there. I guess objections, they always come, and we can kind of solve them one by one as they come along.
Correct.
All right, let's take a break. I think you're waiting for it.
Yeah, my head is spoken a lot.
So
yeah, my head needs to enough.
Yeah, let's take 20 minutes. I'll see you at 11.
What's that?
I'll see you at 11.
Okay.
I think 57, but 11 is 3 minutes
Okay,
for
cool.
57.
All right, see you then.
All right, see you. Off or
on? I think the power is. We should still have power for the next like 2 hours. So pump takes. It will be you don't have to pump enough water for us.
Well, you said you still have power for the next 2 hours. Is now the generator? Is it using the generator right now, or is
it? No. So right now is the pump cannot work with the generator. It works with the normal power.
So now it's the normal electricity.
Yeah, now it's normal electricity. So it goes. Of course, we can't pump anyone.
Well, did it at 9? Like when you usually start the ship, it goes out or it comes back in?
So the only issue is that when I told you like I had a disconnection, our power came back.
Does it usually come back at that time, or does it usually go off at that time?
In a normal situation, it usually goes off at that time. But I mean, the schedule has been kind of a mess, you know. It's been kind of a mess, the schedule.
Oh,
I don't know why. Yeah.
Yeah. The holidays are.
Whenever I get the chance to have like what do you call this? A power, I usually light it on the tank, just so that we're not inconvenient. But we don't know it might go for several hours or not, so just like to make sure that at least even if there's no electricity, there's water. You know, people can use the bathroom, they can do whatever they got, take showers if they would need to.
Yeah, and it's it's a well, right? So you don't have to pay for water.
Exactly.
That's a good deal, man.
Yeah. Wow. Each ship we had to pay for water, so you can imagine those people that are facing like the load shedding, and they're getting water from the council. I think it might be a bit trickier for them.
Yeah, but I bet because there's no water right now. Water is an issue right now.
Yeah, the water levels are low, like because they are sourcing from, you know, wherever the government sources from, you know, they're like the dams or whatever. But us, we're just sourcing from the ground, like straight from the ground.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, let's get it. You have an advertisement?
Get you good. Did you record my last call? Who made the last call? I feel it was you.
Yeah.
Did I make it?
Actually. I recorded.
You did, right? So yeah.
111 4.5. Did I record? Maybe that was. I don't even remember. I see. Man,
it was my call. Yeah, the one you were telling me that that's how it was to.
Yeah, I know you didn't give a story, so I gave 0, but I forgot the other ones. I just give.
Yeah, you said like seller finance because I could have said like the.
Yeah, that's when we went to DTI.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna give you 4 because I didn't record. But I know I gave you 0 in creative finance for sure. Are you ready?
Yep, just move to one. Got one, I think.
Hello?
Hello?
Philip?
This is he.
Hey Philip, how are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Good. So I'm looking at this. My wife and I are looking for a property. We just had a new baby, and we're investors, obviously. We're looking for a property that we can move in, live in it for some time, and maybe like build an additional unit next to it, or maybe rent out some other rooms, like an Airbnb kinda. And this property kind of fits what we're looking for. It's huge. And I wanted to get a little bit more details from you. Obviously, I can see the condition of it. It looks like it's in okay condition. Is there anything major that's needed?
Nothing major. Probably just need to to change the roof. I mean, the roof is in good condition, but it's about 15 years old. So
nice.
That's an issue for you. You might need to change it in the next few years. Besides that, it's
nice.
Probably all right.
Yeah, I was thinking like, I mean, the roof. If you say 15 years, so that should be fine. Is it currently vacant or is it occupied?
It's vacant.
And was it tenant occupied before? Was it owner occupied before?
It was it was owner occupied, but yeah, they just they sold it because they planned to downsize. So they had another property and they decided to move there. They had another property that they had as a rental, but they moved there and decided to sell it.
Okay, so wow, they're looking to do the same thing. What a coincidence. So they had another property. They had another property that they're renting it out. They're renting from another property and they're selling this property.
No, the smaller property was the rental, but the tenants moved out of that one, and they decided to move to the smaller one and sell this one because they don't need a property that big.
Downsizing, huh?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, well, obviously you guys have been on the market a few days. What kind of feedback have you received?
Well, we've received positive feedback. We're expecting an offer later on in the afternoon today from one of the people that work with. But besides that, everyone really loves the house. It's a huge house, spacious, and it's also close to a lot of areas.
Oh, nice. Well, yeah, I mean, I've been facing the same thing. So since my wife and got a baby recently, and we've been really hunting for property for the past 2 months, and every realtor I talk to kind of tells me the same story that they're having multiple offers from buyers. I mean, it looks like you guys. I mean, have you had any offers that obviously I've had some viewings? Have you had any offers that kind of make sense for you guys?
Not really. Like I said, we're expecting one this afternoon. Besides that, no other offers.
Is it something that your seller might consider? Have you had a variable on it?
No, they said they'll run their numbers, so we'll see what they come back with.
Oh, okay. So they haven't gotten it's not. Okay, it's not like a real. They haven't given you an offer yet. They're gonna present it soon.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, we buy a house several different ways. Obviously, when you buy a house in cash, the numbers just have to make sense. My wife and I have been buying properties for a number of years, but right now, basically, we just want a house that we can settle, use it as an investment as well as live in it. We used to rent before, and this kind of fits what we're looking for. So when in the past we've used to buy houses for cash, and when you come in at a cash offer, usually it has to be a little bit lower, just to the fact that we have to buy that number that makes sense as an investment. But this property, I'm looking at it as a personal house, and right now we've gotten a lot of quotes from lenders, and most of them are, the issue is not like getting the money, the issue is just the monthly payment. The interest rate is just too high. I was wondering if your seller might consider doing some type of fair finance where we give them a down payment, and if they have a loan, we take over the existing loan, or we make monthly payment towards the equity. Do you think they'll be open to something like that?
Honestly, I do not think so. They really need cash. So
is it because they need to buy now? I mean, you mentioned that they already moved out, right?
Yeah, they did move out, but I guess they're downsizing because they need the financing for other stuff, other personal stuff, health issues. One of them is undergoing like some health issues, so they really do need the cash.
Yeah, I mean, most of the houses.
I mean, you can present it, but I highly doubt that it's something that they will entertain.
Yeah, and we're happy to give them a sizable amount of cash that will enable them to, if they have to buy something or use it for another investment. I mean, I guess for me, like, I just want to know, like, what kind of cash, how much do they need, and that way I can structure out a deal that makes sense. Obviously, the good thing about this is that they don't have to drop their price anymore. We can come in at a full asking price, and we're able to pay your commission and, Rave our side of commission. That way we lower down their closing costs and save them some money in that sense, too. I mean, you mentioned that they might consider... Okay. to put an address for you while when you're realizing mine.
Okay. Okay. 1 storage intro. 0.5 flow. 1 transition. 1.5 creative.
Do you think it's fair?
Flow you got 0.5. Yes, it's very fair. Flow you got 0.5 because I think you on 2 occasions you were listening, but you said something, then you realized you said something wrong, and then like I already told you, then you remember, then you said it again. So that kind of killed you, you know.
Okay.
Fair. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 5.
Okay. I added an address for you.
Hello, Emily.
Hello.
Hey, am I speaking to Joseph?
Yeah, this is Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph. My name is Philip. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I was just reaching out to you regarding this really beautiful property that you have listed on Cameron Oaks Drive. Man, I'm looking at the picture. This estate looks really amazing, and I love the architecture on it. I'm looking to purchase a property for myself and my wife, so we're big on Airbnbs, and this looks like something in the high end that we can rent out to high-profile people. And I just wanted to reach out to pick your brain and see what kind of feedback you've received on it so far.
So you're looking to rent it out to high-profile people?
Yes, either a short-term rental, once they come for vacation to North Carolina, or just like as an Airbnb.
So short-term rental and Airbnb are the same thing. So you're looking to do short-term rental or Airbnb?
I mean, either or. It depends on how you look at it. So short-term rental can be two weeks, or we can just base it on like an Airbnb site. So we'll be open. However, they find us, whether on Airbnb or different platforms. So we pay on pretty much different platforms. So however they find us, but our niche market is just anything below a month. We're fine with that. That way, we're able to manage, the damage and tear to the property.
Okay. So what do you need from me?
Well, obviously, like I said, it looks like it's been really been taken care of. Looks to be in pristine condition based off the pictures. But I just wanted to see if, what kind of feedback you've received from people that have walked through it.
Well, we've had so as you see, the property is kind of upper end kind of properties. So I think we know that it's going to take some time to sell this property. We are waiting for a person. I mean, the ideal buyer will probably have to be a family or like what you're doing, but I think an Airbnb is going to be really tough because of the fact that this area, it's a good area, but we don't have enough Airbnb market to sustain this property. We've had investors like that, but most of them, after they run the numbers, they realize it's not. So most of the buyers have been invested, but when they run their numbers, they realize it doesn't make sense. We've had regular buyers. We had an offer actually that came in that we're waiting for, but they need another month in order for them to sell their previous house. So that's pretty much the feedback we've gotten.
Got it. Okay. So you said there's not much traffic for Airbnb just based off the location. So, being an expert in the area, what else do you think we can do with a property like a size like this?
To be honest with you, I think this is more of a person who's gonna live in the house. But let me see. I mean, you could probably I don't know, man. I think you could maybe turn it into. I mean, the Airbnb is probably the best, but you probably have to be really dialed down. Maybe do a certain kind of like a certain kind of design, and maybe make it like a historical house, and then like some kind of special place where it's just one of a kind area Airbnb where everybody wants to go. That could probably help you because the house is beautiful.
Yeah. So what we did in another area is, my wife is an architect as well. What we did is that um, we purchased a property, high-end property, and we lived in it for about 2 years. That way, we avoided the tax gains. At the same time, we put we updated the property in a certain kind of way. Now, looking at this property and the work that's already been done to it, do you think there's any more value add that we can add to it?
To be honest with you, I don't think so. I mean, you could definitely like re-renovate it to make it like 2020, 2021 standard, 2024 sorry standard. But it already looks beautiful the way it is. I don't think it already has like that antique, beautiful vibe. So I think there's probably nothing to be done really. I think it's in good condition.
I agree. I agree. Okay. Oh, man, I mean, it's an amazing property. Yes. I know I'm saying this for the third time, but what's got the seller looking to sell something like this? They just get tired of the neighborhood.
It was a politician who moved out. So right now he's just a person who has money. He was a politician for 5 years, and he moved to a different county, and he's looking to just sell his property. Time's up.
I understand.
Okay, zero creative, zero transition, 111.
Yeah, I was even gonna disqualify this property.
You should
It
have.
don't make sense. Okay. Let's see. So you look at your property. Your property. Back to search. Back to search. Your applicant. Okay. 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 Copy. Okay. There you go.
Hello.
Yes,
Philip.
hello.
Hey Philip, how are you?
I'm good.
Good, 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 good. I'm looking at a property you have on Gorski Drive. Do you have a second to talk? Do you have a few minutes?
Yeah, sure.
So obviously it looks like a beautiful property. I work with an investment company. We specialize in finding houses that we can hold into our portfolio and hopefully sell them later on to high net worth individuals. So this is a property that we're interested in. It looks marvelous. What can you tell me about this property?
So you said you're looking to buy and resell to high-end individuals?
Yeah, so our company, we obviously we have like real estate investment as an asset class. I work for a company, a development company, and what we do is we buy multifamily properties, we buy condos, we buy many different properties that we can, make money on. But sometimes we do find these beautiful, unique, beautiful properties, and we keep them in our portfolio and later on sell them for profit. So, for example, like we might purchase it at like now, like let's say 7 million, and later on sell it for like 7.5 and make the difference. So that's pretty much what we do, and we try to maintain them. We might rent them to an Airbnb if that makes sense, but we're looking for something like this. Um, what can you tell me about the property?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I mean, I do understand your line of business, but I don't think this might be the right property for you.
Oh, really?
Because there's really not much you can do with it. I mean, it's in pristine condition. It has like a golf course on it. There's pretty much nothing else that could be added to it. A golf course, jacuzzi, custom designed pool, fireplace. It's a bar area. So it's really, if you did put it on Airbnb, I'm not sure, if you're willing to make the risk of, people damaging a property like this, because it's really, a lot of money was put into it. But yeah, I mean, that's your line of business.
Yeah,
each his own.
it's funny thing because actually my partner, we were talking yesterday. We had just purchased a house, another house in North Carolina, and this house was beautiful. It was beautiful antique house, like an old kind of vibe, and it was selling for like 2 million, and it's been on the market for more than like 60 days. The seller was not getting any offers, and he basically had like he had one offer, but the other offer, like they were waiting for them to sell the other house. So we purchased that property. Um, same way we purchased it, was a $2 million property. We purchased that property, and now we've had it in our portfolio for I think about 1 year, and we just sold it for a profit of 400,000. So like for us, I think for properties like this, I guess it's more of like it's a security because it's obviously it's like really good, and the fact that somebody else will find it good a year from now, it's highly likely they're gonna see the same thing that we see. So that's pretty much what we're looking. We're looking for assets that we can invest in. Obviously, I mean, it looks like you guys was this a flip? Was this owner that was living inside? What was the situation here?
Oh no, so it's not a flip at all. They actually built the property from ground up. That's why you can see that it's actually a really unique property with the layout and the size of
Yeah.
the square footage. It's about 8,000 square foot. The bathrooms and beds. So the husband was an architect and in construction. So no, it was not a flip. It's just a 2-year-old property. So they wanted to build it and then resell it.
Okay, so they built it to resell it, and they didn't. Did they ever live in the house?
Yeah, they stayed there for about a year.
Oh, okay. Were they planning to sell it, or was it something that happened in between?
I don't know, that's the business model. So they just wanted to enjoy the beauty of the house, I guess.
That's beautiful. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm guessing right now they already moved out. Um, why would I mean, right now, have you guys received any offers? Is there any offers that you guys are considering at this moment? What have the buyers been
No,
saying?
nothing yet. So we haven't gotten any offers. Obviously, like our pool of buyers is really small, so we expect them to stay on the market for a long time. But they're already ready for that.
Got it. And I mean, in terms of the price, how negotiable are they?
Uh, it depends. I mean, it's listed for about 7.5, so it will probably drop like 20,000, but it won't really change the price in any way, to be honest. So I'd say any offers below 4,000, so like 100,000 below, they still won't take.
Okay. I mean, what are they? So obviously, you guys, I see you just listed. Let's see. No, my time is not up. Okay. You say my time is up?
Yeah, I'm even giving you extra time.
Okay, let's go, man. I see my counter is like at 340 right now, 350. It's
How
okay.
is that possible?
It's okay. It's okay.
Bro, one on intro, 1.5 on stories, we do a lot of stories, one on floor, 0.5 on transition, 0 on creative images. Joseph, the last call, okay, you already, okay. I can see the page.
You want to say the last call you didn't put the points?
Yeah, because for me, normally I'm looking at the how to rate 5 points, so when I went back, I just see the
I know, man. I know,
five.
Philip. I know. I get it. I get it.
Oh.
Alright, I added an address for you. We're gonna start the timer when you say.
Nice, right. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, am I speaking, Joseph?
Who's this?
Joseph, my name is Philip. You don't know me, but I'm just here in Zillow looking at the property that you have listed on Pickney Avenue. You have a couple minutes to speak about it?
Make it quick.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't want to waste your time. So, I'm an investor. I am looking to add a property to my Airbnb portfolio. I see this property is in really great condition, and I love the fact that it seems to be a really huge property, square footage, which needs no repairs. So that's like our sweet spot. We like a property that needs no repairs. So the main reason for my call is I was reaching out to you to see what kind of feedback you've been receiving from the people that have walked through the property.
Well, the feedback has been great. We've had showings after showings, and hopefully, the only issue right now is that we had an offer that came in right after we listed the property, and that offer, the only issue is that it had a clause that they wanted to sell their previous house, and the seller just turned it down. So right now we've had a lot of interest over the days, and where my seller is thinking of increasing the price so that we capitalize on the amount of interest. But I tell everybody that, you're open to send your offer to my email, and then I can review it, and if it makes sense, I'll give you a call back.
Okay. So have you received any offers though?
Yeah, we have.
Yep. Okay. Got it. At least, 21 days, you're already receiving traction on the property. That's a good sign. It goes to say that the property is actually, really marketable and a really amazing property. Hopefully, we can come to an agreement on this. Now, I noticed that there's a price, like you recently did a price cut on it. Is that because the seller has a certain timeline on when they need to get it sold by?
No timeline.
So that the 1.8 that you want right now, is that the last price, or is there some wiggle room still?
You said 1.8?
No, the 1.25 that you have is there some that their last price, or there's some wiggle room?
There. As you can see, we've dropped the price, but if you come with a reasonable offer, I can tell you how much they'll take, but if your offer is reasonable, they'll consider it strongly.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, at least it's good to know that they're slightly favoring the price. In this market, I've realized a lot of times when I reach out to realtors, for some reason, because of the amount of equity in the property, a lot of the sellers find themselves having to have a little to no wiggle room, and they're kind of fixed on the price. It's a weird market. But I'm kind of curious, Joseph. The property checks out, amazing property, great neighborhood. It's kind of weird that they're looking to sell this property. What's the reason behind that?
They retired from the army. So the wife retired from the army, and then he had his boyfriend who was from Zambia, and the wife bought this property when he retired from the army, but he just got recalled again to a mission in India, and so right now they have to sell this property because they won't be back for a long time, and even if they're back, they'll probably go into another city or state, so that's why they're looking to sell.
Got it. Oh man, that must be tough. When does she need to get deployed again?
It's not set. So they've already packed the stuff. They've moved some of the stuff to their relative, but they're looking to just sell this as soon as possible.
Got it. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I know that's the thing with the army. You think you're out of service, and then one day, boom, you just get recalled back into the service, and you need to make adjustments to your life again. But yeah, I thank her for her service. It's always good to have people that serve in the country. It keeps us, all organized and together. Now, Joseph, just by looking at this price, obviously right now with the interest rates being too high for us investors, If I was to come in at a cash offer, I know you said that it's slightly negotiable, with to a reasonable amount, but based on the high interest rates, if I was to run my numbers, I'll probably be way below their asking price.
Time. Zero creative. I'm gonna give you one actually, one for the rest. So you have 4. But I could have given you 0.5 for translation. I'm gonna be nice. Give you one. You have a problem? You are?
Some of these properties, they really have good. Like the one that I sent you, the 7 million property. It's really like I aspire to reach a point where I'm able to buy a house and live in.
Yesterday, bro, I was scrolling through Instagram. I think I usually have a time where like a break when I'm working and stuff. You know, when I'm working, obviously. I do certain things. Like I'm not just driving. I think that's the mistake people think.
Yeah, the whole time, man. Of course.
I'm not just, and even if when I'm driving, what I mean is like, it's not like I'm just on my wheel and looking. I'm usually either listening to a book, reading a book, whatever during that time. And then I usually have like breaks, and during the breaks, I go through Instagram. So I go through Instagram. You know a guy named Serhant? Ryan Serhant?
No.
No? He's one of the biggest real estate, most successful, I say, young real estate agents. If you just Google Serhant, you're gonna see he's probably the most famous, I would say, real estate agent in America. The most famous. Even if you let's search right now, the most famous real estate agent in America. So he usually mainly does deals in New York. He mainly does real estate in New York. He has his own company, whatever. And he was showing an apartment in New York. Not a condo. You'd say, how do you call an apartment in a building?
An apartment?
Like a house in a building. Like let's say you have a 40 floor building and somebody...
Penthouse?
Penthouse, yeah. Penthouse. Man, you know the terms, you know the lingo. Okay. Yeah, so showing a penthouse. And can you guess how much that penthouse cost in New York? You're not gonna guess it. If you guess it, I'll give you $100. If you come close.
You muted.
1 second. Okay, I'm gonna try. If you. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, if you come close to 10% of the amount, I'm gonna give you $100. You have 2 guesses. I'll not give you 3. I'll give you 2 guesses. You wanna try or no? You're muted or you're not muted? I cannot hear you. Oh man, that's bad luck. You went? I cannot hear you. Probably have to refresh.
Man, Google Meet doesn't want me to win. Huh? Did you hear my figure? I gave you my figure.
No, I didn't. You have
two. 13 million.
You have two chances. So your first chance is 13 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about your second?
And then the second one, I would say 29 million.
They're both wrong, unfortunately.
What is it?
250 million.
Well, you said if I come up to 2%, 29 million is, I think, it's 2%.
No, I told you 10%, so even 29 million is fine. But
29 million, where's my running my money?
The answer is not correct. Both of them are wrong.
You said 29 million is 10%.
What? No. What's your how much did you say? You said 13 million, and what's your second answer?
29 million.
Okay, but what is the actual, what is my result?
250. 200, sorry.
So how is that 10%?
It's even more than 10%.
Bro, you don't understand English, huh? What's wrong with you?
You said within or at the exact 10% figure.
If it's close by 10%, I'll give you the money. The answer is 250. How is 250 close to 29? Yeah, it's 200. Anyways, there's 250 million there apartment. That was just too much for an apartment. Can you imagine?
Just the penthouse.
Yeah, just the penthouse, and it's it's 250. I'm just thinking, like, how rich do you have to be to spend 250 million for a penthouse? Obviously, it's in New York. It has a view and whatever, but like why? Like, why would you? Bro, that's $500 million, like $250 million. Like, I would never. I guess maybe it depends. I never say never, but 200.
Let me actually check. Let me ask ChatGPT what's the most expensive house?
In where? Yeah, I mean 250 million, bro. Like, what? Like, first of all, you have to be a billionaire to afford that, but even if you buy it, like, who's gonna buy it from you is another question.
Another billionaire, bro. Because look at it this way. Like, imagine you come to say, like, let's say there's this house, then you say, okay, I'm buying this house, Barack Obama used to live here. You know?
Okay, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that can increase a little bit of the value. Like,
the most expensive house in America is the 295 million estate located in Naples, Florida. This is called the Noah Estate. Private yacht.
Why do I see a different? Oh, the Florida house, right?
Yeah.
But I don't see that. Let me see.
You see, it's also saying, like, has had notable figures and has hosted notable. So you see, it's hosted, like, probably like most of the important people come there, stay there.
Yeah. So property. Are you looking? Is currently owned by John Danaher, philanthropist.
Yeah, John Danaher. The same Danaher estate.
Yeah, and it's
Man, it's not even that good, you see?
Huh?
Not even that good. I'm looking at the picture.
Yeah, like, I think maybe the location makes it.
It's even like an island. Huh?
Yeah, the location, but like, yeah. Also, Richard Branson also lives in an island, so that's another. Like, islands are also good too. Bel Air Mansion 250. So this is Bel Air 200. There's another one here. At today's interest rate, you put down 60 million. So you also get loans, 60 million. Oh, that's another thing I forgot. You also can get a loan on this thing. And then each year property taxes is 1.5 million. Like, what?
Buckingham Palace. making Impala's most expensive
in the world.
4.9 billion.
I think
because of the historical stuff attached to it, man.
Yeah, that's because the value of that stuff. Yeah.
Second most is in India.
The Ambani, is it not Ambani?
Yeah, Ambani is home.
I think it's like one.
There is 1 billion over here. No, Ambani one is 2 billion, bro. A lot of people hate this guy. India.
They hate him?
Yeah.
No, I thought they love him. Isn't that they love the guy because he's Indian?
Well, they post about him, but of course they feel like, you know how people feel, man. Poor people always hate rich people, man.
No, I think you are. What I know is like he's seemed to be really humble.
Oh yeah.
That's what I see, at least from how I see it. Like he's what is it?
You see, even when you Google, you see why is Ambani hated so much?
What does it say?
It said
I think it's love
the man.
Okay, 99% of Indians hate Ambani and Adani. Adani is actually the one who I think people hate him. Because Adani is another billionaire. The haters are just jealous.
Keeping the power to themselves. Huh?
What's that?
Yeah, for keeping the power to themselves. You know, when rich people, people are like, why don't you share the money? Like, bro, I worked all this hard. Why do I need to share? If you become a millionaire, you're gonna be sharing, like giving your money away for free.
But I think, how can I say it?
Like, I think you work so hard.
No, I think the way you're thinking of it is wrong. Because I don't know how do I say it.
Of course, when
you become a millionaire, Philip, you think of it differently. It's not even about that. What you're thinking. No, it's not even about that. I think you're thinking about it, in different ideology. When you get rich, you think about it differently. It's not even about the fact that they don't want to give money to. So the way to think of it, like probably the people who are complaining are probably thinking like, hey, you're scourging all the resources, you don't want to give it to anybody. But when you get rich one day, you think about it differently, and here's how probably you think about it is because it's not really about giving money. It's the fact that money is really not yours. Do you know what I'm saying? Like anybody who thinks like their money is theirs, wait till the government comes and says, give us our money and see what your money can do for you. You know, when the government, like when the government decides to seize your accounts, whatever, you can do nothing. So the money is not really yours. You're basically a custodian of the money.
Okay.
You like let's say Warren Buffett today cannot, even though he's a billionaire, he cannot just say.
Cannot remove 1 million just like that.
Huh?
Cannot remove 1 million just like that.
No. He has the power to create 1 million just like that. But it's more like if let's say give me an example of a good billionaire. Who do you think is a good billionaire?
A good billionaire.
Yeah, or any billionaire that at least you admire.
Bill Gates, even if people hate him.
Yeah, so let's say Bill Gates today, right? He owns billions of dollars. Let's say he says, I want to take half of my wealth and just do whatever with it. I mean, he cannot. Like, it sounds looks like obviously he can decide to do whatever he wants, but then it starts losing credibility and all that kind of stuff, and people maybe de-invest. Let's say if people find out that Bill Gates is a rapist, okay? How quick will his money dwindle?
Quick, I mean, it happened to the other guy when his wife ate him. His wife, what's his name? What's his name? The one who his wife left with half of his money.
Jeff Bezos?
Bezos, huh?
But Jeff Bezos is not a rapist, right?
But socially, I think.
Let's give an example of like Diddy. Okay, even though I don't believe Diddy is guilty, but let's give an example of Diddy. You know, like so, even though he's rich, like yeah, I can do whatever, but all his opportunities go away. What you can do is his money, all his deals. Like usually, net worth really is about how you valued your deal. Like let's say how is Ciroc is valued. So imagine if people like started seeing Ciroc as zero value, so nobody buys from it. So from 1 billion, it instantly it goes to 500 million. And those 500 million, maybe no more money to get it more. Like you cannot invest more because people don't want to associate with you. So easily, like you can, like money, you don't really own it. Like it's almost like you're a custodian. So my point is like, if you think like a rich person, they probably want to like, you probably want people. The poor person is looking like, oh, this guy doesn't want to give money, but the rich person is more like, if he wants to help people, it's not by giving them money. It's by using that money to empower more people to have money. Like if he goes and take 1 billion and gives it to like the poor, they'll use it for one year and that money is gone. But if he takes 1 billion and turns it into 10 billion worth of jobs, then that money has really helped the poor person advance. So that's how like you should look at money. I think it's not about sharing, because think about this. You know, $1 billion is not really too much. I know you're thinking like it's a lot of money, but how much can a billionaire, let's say a person who's like Ambani, who was like, let's say 50 billion or whatever, right? Let's say how much can a billion really help? How many people can it really help? If you're in America, let's assume an average American salary is 550,000, right? Right? How many people can you help? And how many people can you help them for a year in America? So take that 50,000, $1 billion is so that's 10 million, that's 100 million, that's billion, then say 50,000. So you can only help 20,000 people in America with your billion for 1 year.
Zambia.
Okay, that's a different idea, but I'm just showing you, like if you have $1 billion, like if you have $1 billion, let's say if you have $1 billion, you can only help 20,000 people in America live for only 1 year, not even 2 years, just 1 year. Do you get what I'm saying? And then it's done. I don't think you even get that point. So I mean, 20,000 people. That's like just the population of, not even San Francisco is almost 2 million people. That means you're just like Daly City people, like just Daly City, for a year, and then you're back to poverty. So it's not really about the billion. It's about you using that billion to help more than 20,000 people forever. So that's the equation. I think that's, if you look at it, even if you have like 1 million, like even if, okay, let's say in Africa, right? Okay, in Africa, a person's yearly salary is like, let's say 5,000 is somebody a year. Let's assume, right? Yeah. Do you think 5,000 is a lot or a little?
$5,000.
Yeah, a year.
In my country.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not a lot.
It's not a lot, or it's a lot?
Not a lot.
Okay, 10,000. Like comfortable, like average person can live on 10,000 or 5,000 or no? How much would they live on?
An average person, is this like with a family or just like a single person?
Like a person who goes to work, who has to, I guess, provide with a family, but a person who goes to work.
On 5,000 you cannot. On 5,000 you cannot. Not in my city. But let's say let me say that.
Remember, also a family has a husband and wife, so they're both working, right?
Yeah, if they're both bringing in 5,000, I think they can manage. But just like average or slightly below average.
Okay, so I'm just giving you an example to show you that $1 billion is not too much. So let's say 5,000, right?
Okay.
So 5,000, a billionaire can only help 200,000 Zambians for 1 year. Do you get what I'm saying? So the money really is not.
The population is like 20 million.
Like you cannot, like the money. Actually, I got this idea when I was reading a book, and they were saying like these Starbucks guys who were getting paid, like the CEOs of corporate organization were getting paid like let's say 10 million per year, and people are complaining. They're saying like,
Worker.
I'm a worker. I'm getting paid minimum wage, but this guy is getting paid 10 million a year. We want to share his salary. And the guy on the book was explaining a question. It was like, I mean, it sounds nice, but really, if you take that 10 million and divide to like people in McDonald's or like 50,000 people, they'll only get an increase of like $1 and $1 per month, and maybe for just 1 year, and that's it. Like it's not like too much. It's just that it's concentrated on one person. But if you spread it out, it's really not enough. So the idea of the rich is not about the rich giving people money. It's about the rich using that money to create more.
But if you look at it this way, let's say you can give 20,000 people in San Francisco money for a year, right? Mm-hmm. Okay? Yeah. But then those people in a year, they have enough money. If they're smart, they can save up, they can do something.
That's another good point, and they're about to mention another good point. Mm-hmm. Most of the people who take that money, they're usually not that smart. They're usually expecting, and once you give them, it's almost like you've made them disabled. Like you've made them like, I should go and work again, and while I can receive this money for free without doing anything. And I don't think I would do that. I mean, give me another 20 million tomorrow. Like, give me another 20,000 tomorrow. You know? So it's almost like like you're disabling the person. You're creating a disability.
Cool.
I know your point. Like, your point is saying, like, they're going to have, like, an ammo. Like, they can have, like, ammo to maybe invest or use that wisely and then catapult their life to a different
value. Because when you look at it this way, I noticed this thing in Turkey. It's like, you see, in Turkey, they have a certain culture where, education is free. It's not like America where it's free, but you have student loans and those kind of things. Those guys, they can go all the way up to university for free, sure. Right? And then, on top of that...
they get money.
No, they don't get monthly money. But the way the culture is built in a way that in Turkey, it's really normal for you to be like 35 and living with your parents. 40 and living with your parents. I don't know if you remember something like that.
A little bit, I remember.
Like, yeah, as long as you're not like on your feet. At 40, you're living with your parents. It's still fine. It's normal. So because of that, you realize that these guys actually, because school is provided, everything is on a silver plate. Actually, they don't really care about school because of that. You get the point? Like, they don't really value this.
And you remember, I think you remember that, I'm not saying this to judge anybody. I think you remember...
Their IQ is low. Huh? What are you going to say? They were stupid, I remember.
No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's some smart people, but I guess the adult actual Turkish people are very... The struggle makes you tough, man. Like, you cannot... If you have everything... Let's say the only thing I was gonna say is that, like, you remember the fact that in Gediz, most of the people who had scholarship, they really never went to school, except I'm talking about not scholarship actually. I'm talking because scholarship, most of them were like poor people who went to. I'm talking about the people who didn't pay school fees, Turkish people who didn't pay school fees. Why am I saying this? Because on our first house, I hate to say this, but do you remember the guy Fatih? Our very first house in Chile.
I remember he was smoking every day, the whole day, from morning to night.
He was not. I'm not saying I love the guy, but he was not going to school. And
I remember.
And he was not going to school, and I think that comes from the fact that because there's no consequences. Like, you can go or not go, like, nothing's gonna happen. You don't have to pay for it. Food was every day. The Abis, they were bringing food. The fridge is full. So that makes you like, you don't feel the struggle. So if you give somebody something like they don't, man, it's just
and like the Africans, even if they're on scholarship, They're excelling because like it's a one chance opportunity. They'll never get it again.
They'll never. Yeah.
Other Africans, their parents were sweating. They knew like, oh, back home, my parents are suffering for this. They put in the work,
Man,
but you'll be surprised that party guy, I saw him on Instagram. Huh? The guy, I think he came out of that phase. He was like he's a manager of some place.
Oh really?
Yeah, I saw him on Instagram a few years ago. I just searched him on LinkedIn. I forgot his surname. I think you might remember better than me.
I think I won't, but I remember on his first name, Fatia. I don't think he has a G, because he has a G is I don't think it's him.
Because I remember he was in engineering, right?
Yeah.
I think computer engineer or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be followed by like Godson or something.
Yeah, I saw him on LinkedIn like a couple years ago. He made good out of himself. He didn't gain weight. He was really skinny. I think it was because of this smoking cigarette the whole day. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he looked kind of fat. He saw his positions there. He was in a suit, so maybe he kind of got his shit together.
Yeah, and that don't happen if somebody keeps on feeding you. Again, that's why you shouldn't get, like, if you get something for free, it's a worst thing, because it just makes you. I mean, it even me, like, if somebody is saying,
huh? It's not getting those benefits. Maybe after Geddes crashed, remember?
Yeah, maybe.
After Geddes, yeah, that could have been the most likely case.
Yeah, because like imagine if somebody was paying for my school fees, everything right now. Why would I even work? I would sit down and watch TV.
True.
If money was not an issue, I mean, I would sit down and just relax and do whatever.
That's 100% true.
Anyway.
But they did that in my country as well. They made school free till grade 12. They made it free till grade 12.
Government school,
I don't know,
right?
Thing about it.
Government, not private.
Government schools, yeah, but obviously, as you know, the government schools, the level of education is not that
good.
That much high,
It depends on the school, but most of them.
In my country, it's not that high.
But do you have like a national exam?
Yeah.
What are the top schools? Are they government, private, or?
So you see, the funny thing is, in my country, like most of the private schools, like even me, I didn't write the government exam. So most of the private schools offer like the Cambridge exams.
Oh.
Because they expect, like, if you're going to a private school, I guess it's already kind of fixed. You're obviously gonna maybe probably study abroad or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I see what you're saying. Well, yeah, we do have a similar thing.
The really rich schools, like the really rich schools, like with like private schools where they offer like Cambridge, but then the really rich schools, they offer the American exam. So they have American syllabus straight from high school. They're writing SATs. They're going straight to the US. Like their system is based like fixed. They're going to the US.
Yeah, and I think it's probably the same company that has a school in Zambia. Is probably the same one that has an American school in Tanzania, because
maybe
if I mention it, I think you can. What's the name of the American? Because I'm sure there's just one. It's just
one American School of Lusaka. Yes, American International School. Sorry, American International School.
Even can you guess what? What is the Tanzanian one called?
American International School of Dar es Salaam or Tanzania?
No, International School of Tanzania.
Yeah, that's it.
And then they have another one, but it's like a branch. It's called International School of Kilimanjaro, of Moshi.
Yeah,
it's like, but it's the same. So I think it's the same. Same school. Let's see.
So, you see that one. You see you're paying. You see the school fees already at $24,800.
Yeah, I remember it was too high for us. Like our school that we came for Turkey was like the highest of the national, but this one, the American one, was like I couldn't even afford. Like it's like it was like different. Yeah, it's here. I see USD early, like 1 or 2 years kindergarten is 17,000.
Wow.
25,000 kindergarten, like 5 years. Grade 6 to 8, 29,000. Grade 9 to 10, 31. Grade 12 and 12, 11 and 12, 36,000.
Yeah, yours is even more expensive because that's early learning is like 7,000, then 18,000, 21, then 24 is the final fee.
Yeah, it's and what's the? Can you send the link? It's probably the same company, I'm sure. Because I think they have like they probably have like.
Actually, it's probably the same because you know why I'm looking at it right now.
Mhm.
Like I just searched like AIS Lusaka fees, and do you know what the page that's giving me the school fees?
Mhm.
State.gov. It's the the US American like a site.
That yeah.
Like,
Yeah, so
the
it's
embassy
probably.
site. It's not
I
even
think it's probably like America. They have to get a contract like with one, like they have like American exams give a contract to one school in a country.
mm,
I think. I
could
think so.
be. Could be. Yeah, I just sent it to you.
Mom and dad.
Man, these students like we don't even mix, man. Like I don't. I think I only know. You know what? I only know at least one or two people that went to this school. Like these guys, straight. Their life is fixed. Like high school, they hang around together. They have their own parties. You know, like they have their own holidays. You know, going to France, Barcelona. You know,
Yeah.
those kind of things. When the school is done, straight SATs. Like they don't mix with like the other people.
Yeah. They were
So
definitely for me like even
person here.
I know I mean for me at least I was not like fancy person, but I know they were on different category. Like they were different students, I guess you can say.
Mhm. Mhm.
I think we never, you know, like for us, we had like boarding schools. We never,
Yeah.
when we went back home for holidays, I didn't used to hang out much, so I'm not gonna say, but I'll just say like they used to not hang out. Not that they used, I think it was just different. Even the school itself was like in a area where, like, the rich people area, in a sense.
True. True. It was in the outskirts. You won't believe it. We live not too far from them. Like let's say
Really?
50 minutes away from them.
But because
Yeah, but then the thing.
you have,
Huh?
you have,
We live in the farm. Like
you're living next to the government.
yeah, it's like a farm area. I'm not. It's like a farm area. So it's just that the land was purchased like a long time ago, but it's like a farm area.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
In the outskirts. So it was in the outskirts, then the city just expanded. I don't know how to put it to you. Like it was used to be in the farm, then the city just expanded. So now it's kind of almost in town, but it's like 20 to 50 minutes away from town.
How are you? Are you not close to American Embassy?
Almost those are like 6 or 7 minutes drive.
So which one was close to which one? Was the American Embassy close to the school, or school is close to the American Embassy?
The school was the school is like 20 minutes away, but the American Embassy was built later. So the school has been there for a minute now, but the American Embassy was built closer to this side later on.
Okay. Yeah.
So when
That's
the American Embassy came this side, that's when the value of like the school was there in the outskirts, but that's when the value of the place kind of became even higher because obviously with the American Embassy, then they needed to now upgrade the area. So it means that they needed to they put roads, they put lighting, they put whatever. So it automatically like increased the value of the place. So it was not that much high, but then when the embassy came, it automatically increased the value of the place.
yeah. Look, it's the school name is called ISL, right?
Yeah, AIS.
Yeah.
ISL is another one.
Oh, ISL is another one.
Yeah, we got two. ISL is like
Okay.
it's a tad lower than that one, but it's not with the Americans. It's like they also have also SATs, but that one I think is actually, to be honest with you, that one I think is like linked more to the British people.
ISL.
It's linked to British people, ISL,
Okay. So
but it's also really expensive.
this one is AISL.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, I see it here.
Yeah.
So it's kind of Chalala Mall. Zambian International Church of Christ.
What? Share a screen. I don't. Let me see it. Maybe.
Holy Cross Covenant. Chilomoyo International. Do you know this place? Chilomoyo International Christian School. Bauleni Market.
Bowlen, yeah. It's close to Bowlen, yeah.
Oh, sure.
But Bowlen is like a, how can I? It's like a ghetto.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, here Bauleni. AIA cells right here.
Okay. So what you should do is can you maximize the screen? I'll show you.
The screen or the
map. The map. No, like make the map bigger. No, can you not make the map like full screen? Is that the
full
biggest
screen?
map?
You said full screen. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let's see. I think I probably have it. Yeah, you see the map. So this is no. Am I looking at the same? No, this is not it. This is your website. I don't think it's the same website. This is your school. Let's see. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna open them up. I'm just looking for the fees. Oh, they don't have the fees. Interesting. Yeah, and then this is the Tanzanian one. Same IST.
And it looks even bigger.
Yeah, I was trying to see if it has like a similar website, but I'm guessing like they just give a contract. But I mean, is there any other school that you can do American exams?
No, so it's only this one, bro.
Yeah,
I think it's only this one.
That's what I'm thinking. Because even I did the SAT, but I went to do it at this school. Like I had to go to. This
yeah,
school.
You have to do this. If you don't do it at this one, you do it at a center. Like at a center that these guys,
yeah, similar thing. Yeah. But this was like the only school. So I'm thinking like they have like a contract of only this. Let's see. How do I map? They have a contract of only this. Like you can only
look at my map. Am I sharing my screen?
Maybe. Let's see. Top presenting. I don't see a screen.
Okay, so this is how it is. Share screen. Entire screen. Share screen. Entire screen. So this is it. Look. Can you see it? Okay. So this is AIS here. It's American International School of Soccer. This is it, okay? So it's on a straight road, like you see. It's normally it was like a farm area.
Is that a highway?
Okay. It's like a main road.
Okay.
Like a big road. Like even the president stays like around here.
Oh really?
The president used to live in this area. Yeah, bro. The president is the richest person in my country, so he used to live. Like he said, my house is better than the state house. Like I cannot live there. I'm better off staying at my own house. You know?
Oh, okay. So
he's the richest guy in my country. Yeah.
You mean like his personal house, not the state house?
His personal house, yeah, his personal house. That's where he lives.
Like the current president or the previous?
The current one.
How come he's rich than what's his name?
He's been the richest guy for...
You should probably give the money back.
That's why people thought like one take, man. You see this first one, man, this guy.
Hichilema?
Hichilema,
yeah. And Kaunda left. Kaunda, wait, Kaunda was president still him?
No, man.
Oh, okay, no. There are a lot of other people, sorry.
Like five. This guy's like the sixth.
Edgar Lungu was previous.
So this guy lives in that area. Finlay lives in that area.
Who's Finlay?
Certain mixed race guy. Like he deals a lot with the government. He steals a lot of money. Whatever government is in, he like funds. AutoWorld. I don't. AutoWorld is like, how can I put it?
Dealership.
Normally it's a dealership. It's a car dealership. So all these Toyota, all these cars that sell here, they are like it's over him. Yeah.
It's a lot of
so
money.
he sponsors campaigns for presidents. So when they get back in power, when they get in power, of course they have to pay him back. Give him like tenders. They have to give him like
Of course, that's
things
right.
where he can vote free, tax free. That's how it made it.
You know, that's what happens most of the times. I mean, all the people,
Yeah.
even in America. I mean, America is most of the times is what the Democratic Party, how people view it and say like the Democratic Party is like it's far left, or it's like what do they call it, the matrix or whatever. It's basically because of that. It's like in America the president is really not the president, but there are people
who funded him, then he needs to give back favors when he's in power, right? Listen to them.
Yeah, and plus there are also like there are people who actually like they've been funding for years, so they control most of the decision makers. And like the politicians are just there. I mean, they have power to do something, but they cannot go ahead and hurt Mr. Outward right there. Mr. Outward has to get all the deals from the government. He has to get all the contracts. He has to pay no tax and all the stuff, and he keeps on making money.
So look at this, Joseph. Do you see this area, the green area? This area is like farmland, like it's like farm. You see? It's not really like there's not much going on here. Just like rich people, rich farms, national parks. So this is AIS here. Okay.
Where is it?
This is AIS.
Here. Oh, okay. I see.
So this is the main road. Huh?
It was not green before. It was green before, sorry, but now it's.
It was green before, but obviously now this is them who's made it kind of, and obviously other rich people staying around this place now. But these are mostly like, this is like a place for camping. This is the resort, so it's not really like houses. This is like also hiking place. You see, this is a national park, so it's not really like people staying or people having farms. So it's not really like the way you see this kind of place. Like this place is like a ghetto. You can see it's cluttered over here.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is the place you drive up here. This is the main road. So
how many minutes to downtown from AIS? From AIS to downtown, how many minutes?
Bro, maybe like 45 minutes to 1 hour.
Okay, so it's not close.
Yeah. So my house is right here. Okay, just right here.
Where is the embassy?
Now the embassy is here. Wait, Lake Road, Ibex Hill. The embassy should be somewhere.
Oh, Ibex. I remember Ibex. Ibex was into your house. Ibex.
Yeah. So my house is somewhere here. The embassy should be somewhere here. I did not open it.
Can you walk to the embassy?
No. Embassy should. You see here, U.S. Embassy. You see it here. Wait, let me go out the page.
Yeah, there you go. I said Main Street.
It's here, yeah, somewhere. Yeah, so you see, it's somewhere here.
Okay.
So my house is somewhere here. Embassy is somewhere here. My house is actually, to be precise, it's this road right here, and the embassy is. So my house is.
Why are you saying you cannot walk? Is that like a long distance?
I can walk like 15 minutes to 17 minutes ish, because it's called Ibex Hill because it's so I'm walking uphill.
Oh, it's a hill. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't look like a lot. It looks like a few blocks, but I guess because.
Yeah. There's not much people.
See, there's not much people.
Maybe they put it on they might have put it on the hill, to be on upper ground. I don't know. How these your people are, man.
Yeah, even the Ankara thing was on the hill too. The Ankara embassy.
Yeah. No photographs, so that's how it is. There's no photographs.
But there are 14 photographs over there.
On the outside, look away how far people are taking photographs. Unless, man, you'll be arrested, bro. Unless this is people working in here or people that are just deciding to be smart and but otherwise, embassies you don't take photographs. See, people have to zoom in.
But that was I feel like that was just in Turkey. I think that was not the case. What was
Don't you remember we don't even take our phones, bro, in Turkey? Like you have to leave your phone outside.
Outside or really?
Don't you remember when I went to the interview?
I think you have to turn it off.
Like in the car.
Because I didn't go with anybody. I don't remember leaving it outside.
Really? In the gate, they allowed you to enter with it?
I don't think we left it. I think we had to turn it off.
Bro, you have to leave it, bro. Because even simple Turkish embassy here in my country, I'm not allowed to go and look my phone into the gate. Like the gate, you submit your phone. Now imagine America.
Yeah, I don't remember very well.
Anyway.
Alright, let's continue, I guess. We have to continue.
Yeah, I guess it's who did the last code? It was me, I think. Wait. You started. Yeah, it's your problem. Hello.
Hey, Philip.
It's him.
Philip, how are you doing?
I'm good. I know I'm speaking.
Yeah, this is Joseph. I'm calling about a property you have listed on 123. On Gray Park. Do you have a few minutes to talk?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, awesome. So obviously, I'm looking at this property. I'm looking at it as my cousins have recently just come from Africa, and they're looking for a house that they can turn it into, live inside the house, and I'm looking to rent it to them for some time, and hopefully after they're well settled, I can sell it as an investment, maybe sell it to the market, or maybe keep on renting it. But this looks like a beautiful property. It's a huge property. I am interested in making an offer on it, but I was wondering, it looks obviously well updated. Is there anything major that's needed? Are you there, Philip? Oh no. Philip, refresh. I cannot hear you.
Oh, hello. Joseph.
Hey, Philip.
Hey, Joseph. Sorry about that. I was just complaining to my sister and letting her know that, I'm working. She can't be just coming to talk to me anytime during the shift because she was asking me something which is actually not even important. She was asking me if I ate some food because she cooked earlier on to know whether the maids are eating in her absence, because she likes to cook.
Maybe she wants you to eat, so you want to take a break?
Yeah, but she can send me a text message. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's a woman, you're a man. You gotta understand where she's coming from. And she has a different view.
If she, huh?
Obviously, like, she has a different view. It's not her fault. It's how you're mad. She's excited. It's just different. I don't know. I mean, brothers and sisters fight, so I understand.
Yeah, but I'm working. It's different. Like I'm working.
But she made you good food. That's why she was like, why don't you?
No, actually, she's saying that she doesn't like to cook every day, so she cooked like in advance, and now she was like wanting to warm up the food, so she served us. She cooked like yesterday, like for 2 days or so. So she noticed some of the food was like halfway, so she was wondering whether the maids are like eating the food, that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So she whether to speak to them.
Alright, so let's finish and then you can eat your food. Let's do 1-1.
That's great.
What?
You already have it. Great.
Okay, do you have the property? Oh.
Well, I sent it to you already. You wanna?
No, I have it, but I'm just making sure you have it because you went out.
Yeah, I'm already put out. I have everything.
Alright, I'm gonna start again, I guess.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Philip?
Speaking.
Philip, I'm calling about a property that you have listed on Grape Park. I'm looking at this, I'm looking at this for myself. Do you have a few minutes to talk about it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so obviously I see it's a beautiful property. It looks nice. Looks like it's in good condition. I am looking at this. So here's what I'm planning to do. I'm planning to buy this property for my friend that is coming from Zambia, and looking to have them stay in this property for a few maybe months or maybe a year, and then hopefully after that I'll turn it into a rental. So I wanted to get an idea of the condition of the property. It obviously looks nice, but I was wondering if there's anything major that's needed.
To be honest, Joseph, nothing major is needed. Obviously, you see the property is recently built. The only thing that I can say is that whoever were building this house, I don't think that the bathrooms is kind of like they decided to use tubs instead. I know a lot of people prefer like showers or jacuzzis in these days, so that's a lot of the things that the buyers are complaining about it. They don't like that. Besides that, the fact that the discoloration in all the places, different rooms of different colors. Besides that, phones are good. Everything is pretty much new on it.
Okay, so people were just salty about the bathroom, I guess.
Yeah, the bathroom and the way it's colored up, I guess.
That's funny. Okay. Well, have you? So, I mean, you mentioned they built it a few years ago. Or was it bought a few years ago, or did it, like what happened there? Was it like they bought it a few years ago and then now they're selling, or did they build
it? They bought a few years ago. They lived in it, and then now they just moved into different places.
So they wouldn't need any kind of they in the house or moved out already.
Yeah, no, they moved out. They wouldn't need any more time. It's vacant right now.
Okay. So I mean, so they're looking to sell basically like they is there any reason why are they looking to sell? Why wouldn't they like? I mean, have they thought about renting it? Was it? I mean, you mentioned that they moved out, but why are they looking to sell?
Yeah, well, they've considered renting. I mean, that's the last option if they don't sell. But they moved out to Georgia, so they don't want to have the burden of property management or having to travel back just to view the property and make sure that everything's okay. So they just decided maybe better off for them just to let go of it. A little bit easier way around it.
Yeah, I feel you, man. And the funny thing, also, we just had like a property we sold in Arizona, and this property, you know, I'm here in California, and obviously my the reason I'm even buying a property in North Carolina, or else I would not, is my brother is coming from Zambia, and he really loves North Carolina, and he's gonna go to a church there in North Carolina that he really loves. So I'm buying this property there. That's the only reason, or else I would just buy in California. So we had another investment that was in Arizona, and it was just a headache. Like managing the investment from California to Arizona out of state is just a mess. And even if you get a property manager, most of the time they wouldn't just take care the same way as I would take care of the property. So we decided to sell our property. So I completely feel what they're going through. I mean, if they were to keep this property out of state, it would be hell of a headache. So, I mean, obviously, it looks like they have it in a good condition. Have you guys received any offers? Have any buyers given you any feedback?
Yeah, we did get an offer. We did get an offer at about 300,000, but they turned it down. It was 50,000 below, so they're not willing to lose that much money on it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, buyers right now is really tough, especially for investors, where the interest rate is just like if I was to buy this, it wouldn't be my primary home, so I would use a conventional investor loan. The interest will be really high, and we're really struggling right now. So this is what we've done lately, and even in our house that we bought in Arizona, is we were able to come in on that property because the person really didn't own it that long. We were able to come in, take over the existing payment on the mortgage, and gave them a down payment on the equity, or cash them out on the equity. Do you think they'll be open to doing something like that?
To be honest with you, I don't think so. They need the cash, and they're older people, so they wouldn't really interested in something like that. I asked them about it, but they said they're not interested.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I would say, obviously, I say this is plan B. Plan A is always to sell in the market for a full asking price and cash. But, I mean, you guys have been in the market a few days. Do you think they'll reconsider if maybe, let's say 60 days goes by and no offers? Do you think it might be a good time to kind of circle back and see if this might work?
Yeah, I highly doubt it. Maybe they're really risk averse, so maybe they might check in a couple weeks. If it doesn't sell, maybe the price might drop. But I know for sure they wouldn't be interested in something like that. So.
Okay, you said risk averse. Is it like they are afraid that maybe I might go missing, miss a payment? What is it really? Because I mean, I've had.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would say, honestly, I would say like this, you shouldn't do this transaction with anybody, but we've got a lot of property subject to creative finance, and we're really good on what? Could have let me go. Continue. All right, cool. Do I have to rate you? Or you have to rate me? Okay.
I'm rating you. Okay, 1.5 on stories, 1 on creative, 1 on creative, 1 on transition, 1.5 on report, and then 1 on intro. That's 4. Just because you use Zambia.
It made you feel good with Zambia.
Use Zambia, so
I get extra points.
Hello, Ring.
Hello.
Hey, am I speaking with Joseph?
Yeah.
Joseph, my name is Philip. I am calling you because I came across your property that you have listed on Franklin Street. It looks like you just recently listed it, but what actually came what actually interested me in the property, the price that you have listed it for. You have it at 81,000. Now I don't see any pictures, so I was just reaching out to see if what can you tell me more about the property?
Are you an investor?
Yes, I am.
What do you do?
Well, ideally, I come into a property, put in more value into the property, and then resell it. So that's my target. So I'm looking at this property just based on the picture that I can tell it needs a little bit of work. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it needs a lot of work. It's an investor special. The comps are going to around 200,000, so there's really a lot of room for an investor. We're selling this property as a foreclosure. Um, we have we have until 30 days till the auction is up. So whoever brings in the best offer, the bank is gonna review the offer and accept it.
Okay, makes sense. Now, you said it needs a lot of work. What exactly does it need?
Well, the roof, floors, the foundation, windows, kitchen, bathroom, and maybe pave the driveway.
All right. Now, yeah. Oh man, yeah. So it's already reached the point that it's with the bank. What happened to the previous seller, man? This interest, sorry, the current inflation just hit him and he just couldn't pay no more.
The seller is an investor who was trying to flip it, but he got he got lost in the sauce. I guess he had a lot of properties, and this one he couldn't make the numbers work, and he just let it go to foreclosure. Pretty much, our lender is trying to recoup his losses. The lender who lent him money is trying to recoup his loss.
I see. Okay. Have you got any offers so far?
No.
No offers. Okay. Now, I know the bank wants 81,500 for it. If we would have come slightly lower than that and pay cash for it, close really quick, do you think they'll be interested in that, or they just want to make the exact figure that was owed on it?
So explain it a little bit more. You said you want to pay cash it in? Cash or?
Yeah, I mean, we're able to close quick on a property, but obviously, at the asking price, just based on the amount of work that's needed, we might not be at 81.5, so we might come slightly lower. Would they even entertain something like that?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I would say submit your offer. I can. It's not me making the decision. It's the bank. Bank will decide.
Okay, yeah. What I can do is I'll definitely shoot you my offer. Is 123 for your best email address?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'll submit my offer in the next hour or so once I run my numbers. But do you happen to have any other properties that you're the listing agent for that it's an actual seller, not the bank, but that you're the listing agent for?
No.
Not any right now. Got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, if you ever do have anything like that, like I said, I usually I'm a fix and flip investor. I'll be interested in, taking a look and presenting an offer. So I'll shoot over this offer your way, and if it makes sense, well and good, we can move forward. If not, you can always keep my contact information as a tool in your toolbox, and we can work on any other deal that you have in the future that's an actual seller.
Okay.
Perfect, man. So I do appreciate you taking the call, and I hope you have a great one.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, man, I didn't know what to do. It's really tough with these kind of situations. What are the, like, how else can you either offer cash or you pull out, right? Because you can't be creative with the bank, right?
Yeah.
Can you?
You cannot. I mean, you can if the loan is assumable. but you'd have to assume it. But what else did you miss? Obviously, you could have done that. You could have asked, but that's just knowledge because you didn't know. What else did you miss? You tell stories?
I guess not. Yeah, stories. Yeah, stories. I missed that as well. Wait,
No.
Yeah, stories. I missed that as well.
So 0 in stories, 0.5 on taxation because I should have used cash mostly.
I use cash. That's what I only use cash.
Okay.
I only use cash.
And rapport 1. Rapport 1. Intro 1.5. So 2.5 plus 3.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, I was short forward on the score. After exit, I didn't know.
Alright, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you eaten?
No.
Okay. Alright. You're gonna take 15 or 20?
Yes, no.
I cannot hear you. You're talking.
I said 15 is nothing.
Okay. I'll see you in 15.
Alright. See you soon. needed?
None at all. None at all. It's in excellent condition.
Okay. Are they still living in it, or is it vacant?
It's vacant.
Vacant property. Got it. Okay. So, yeah, I was actually a little surprised because it looks like a great property. What's got the money to sell it?
So, the situation is, it was a property that an investor purchased, right? And they had it for Airbnb for some time, but like the market itself, the market in Rochester, New York right now, it's like really bad Airbnb market. So they had a really high interest rate, and the rental doesn't really cash flow. So right now they're just looking to offload it from their Airbnb portfolio, and that's the reason why they're selling it, I guess.
Oh, okay. So you said the rental, they're not really making much from it. How much were they renting out for?
Yeah, so the mortgage they had was like 1,500, and the rental was like 1,400.
Okay.
Yeah, so you see, like they're losing money, and even Airbnb is like 3,000, but right now it's just so slow. You know, nobody's making money on Airbnb these days. Nobody.
Got you. Okay. Yeah, well, I actually work with an association called BKS. So they do a lot of corporate housing, and a lot of times they come to me because I host a lot of their employees. It's a really big company, more than 10,000 employees. I'm not sure you know of them. But so I always have them reaching out to me looking for places to stay. So that wouldn't be an issue with me. So now you said they still have a mortgage on it that they're paying for, and it was just not making sense, okay? So now is it still in Thailand that they wanted to get sold by?
I mean, yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay, what kind of offers have you received on it?
We've received investor offers. I think most of the investors, they have an issue because they have to, the numbers just don't make sense, the rental doesn't make sense. So they're having to come in lower, and it doesn't make sense for us. And from the other buyers, I think the only issue is that it has one bathroom, sorry, but so that's making them also not want to give it an offer. We actually had one offer that went through, but it's a little bit lower than what we want to accept. But the seller is thinking of accepting it soon. So, I mean, this one offer is the one that we're hoping that they'll raise their price a little bit, and we can make a deal.
Okay. And are they at the asking price?
I don't want to disclose that, but no.
Got you. Okay. Yeah, quite frankly, Joseph, I'll be honest with you. At the price that they're asking for right now, if I did come in at a cash offer, probably might not be at their, probably might not be at the number that they're looking for, just because obviously the high interest rates right now. So the way I was thinking, I purchased another property recently where the seller was paying a bit similar, where the seller was paying 2 mortgages, and I mean, it just wasn't making sense for him financially, so he decided he wanted to sell one, but it was kind of hard for him to sell. So what I did was, we agreed on it's formally called subject to, where we took over his mortgage payments, and then agreed on a certain time. And we actually gave him the actual figure that he was looking to get out of it. If we were to do something like this, do you think your seller would ever be open to something like that?
I doubt it. I mean, they need to sell the house.
It wouldn't work. Okay.
Time.
Yeah.
What do you think you messed up?
I don't know how to go about this, go. Huh? I don't know score. I don't think it was a good
call. Okay, so I'm gonna give you 0.5 on transition because you at the end I felt like it was a little bit off. 1 on creative, 1 on rapport, 1 on stories, 1.5 on intro. So that goes to 2 plus 3, 5. Do I have, is it me or you?
I've said your name. Is it? Yes, you have said your name.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Philip. How are you?
I'm good. Do I know what it is?
No, well, I mean, I am a buyer. I'm looking at this property that you have here on Otis Street. I love it. I mean, it presents a good opportunity for me. I'm a buyer. I fix and flip from time to time. I do this thing part-time, so right now I'm looking for, kind of a property where I can fix and flip, fix it up and then sell it. I live in the area, and I'm looking for this as an investment just to supplement my income, not really as a primary, but to supplement my income. And this looks like a good opportunity. Now, I'm assuming there's nothing major that's needed.
No, nothing major here. Nothing major needed.
Okay. I mean, was it, it looks like, is it currently vacant or what's going on?
It is vacant. It is vacant.
Okay. And obviously I see that it's it has some personal items inside. Was there a tenant inside? Or was it a homeowner that moved out?
It was a homeowner. A homeowner just moved out.
Okay.
Divorce.
So, yeah. Oh, divorce. Okay. I mean, I know those sometimes can be really messy. We actually had, I was talking to a realtor last Wednesday, and he was handling a similar divorce situation, and it was really a strain on him. Like, he had to put his therapist's hands on. So, I know situations like this can be really challenging. Well, I mean, what kind of feedback have you received from other buyers?
Well, a lot of the buyers actually really, they love the property.
Mm-hmm.
They love the location of the property. Let me see, but it's just that it needs no repairs. It's just really messy. Like it hasn't been taken care of as it should be. Let me put it that way. Not that it needs repairs, but it hasn't been taken care of it. So as soon as they come in the property, it's like the smoke smell and that kind of thing. So it turns them down. Besides that, the size is also too big for a lot of people.
Okay, cool. I mean, obviously, so I mean, have you received any offers so far?
None yet.
Oh, none yet. Okay. Do you know why that is?
Yeah, honestly, man, I think it's the fact that it's unappealing. If they could just clean it up, I've been pushing for them to clean it up, but they don't want to pay, someone to just come and clean up the property. I don't know why, but I think that's the main reason.
I feel you. So I mean, have they obviously they said that if they clean it up, it will be much easier. What and you guys have received no offers. What is the, like right now, if they don't sell this, are they planning to just keep it or what? Because when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, we actually bought a property like this, and I think this is more of an investor kind of property. So a homeowner, most of the times they would not come and go through the hassle of repairing the property. Are you facing more investors, or more homeowners approaching this property?
It is, more investors.
Okay, and I'm guessing you're receiving a lot of cash offers. Has any Like, is there any room on that number? Have you received an offer that maybe, if we're to be closer to that number, it might make sense?
We got one offer of like 40K, but obviously it's really too low.
Okay. Well, I'm interested in presenting an offer. We've been buying a lot of cash offers, and I think if we were to come in cash, I think we probably have to be at the same 40K range that we're receiving from other investors. But there's this new way where recently we are currently buying properties using creative finance, where we come in, give them seller a down payment and make payments over time, and maybe cash them out sooner. Do you think your seller will be open if you do something creative and came in at a number that makes sense?
No, I mean the property is already going on a giveaway, so they just want cash on it. They're not looking to. I mean, it's only 75,000. Why, carrying over or anything like that on that kind of.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fair argument, but I think how we're looking at it is that it gives us time to be able to put in that work, and we don't have to pay the lenders for it. And that money can go at the end of the day to the seller. It's one of the options, obviously. Another option would be just to have somebody come and pay cash.
Bro, does it? Why did you offer Novation?
Because I wanted to offer a different solution. It's not. You try some other options. Seller finance.
But what is the best option?
It's exactly what I explained before. Like, you do a seller finance. Novation is pretty much a seller finance without closing. So if you close on it, it's seller finance. If you don't, it's Novation. If you keep it open and don't close and wait until the other buyer buys it, you're pretty much Novation. But if you close on it and just keep on making payments until, let's say, in a month, and then you sell it, you put in the work and you sell it, you just give them a down payment. It's pretty much seller finance. So that's what I was trying to do. But obviously you can do Novation. It's just the same thing, just different strokes for different folks. Yeah, I know you're gonna give me low marks because of that, so I have to explain it.
You're gonna give me payments. What did you say? You said you want to give me payments and balloons, right?
Yeah, so
that's what you said.
Novation will be the same thing. I'll give you a down payment, let's say, or maybe no down payment, and then I'll pay you out at the end when the house is sold. Seller finance is the same. I'll give you down payment, no problem, and then when I sell it, I'll just.
So with Novation, are you letting the seller know that, hey, look, I intend to sell it to somebody else. I won't be the end buyer.
Yeah, you tell them that, and so you don't close, because even in seller finance, you intend to sell. Let's say if I was to do a similar seller finance, you intend to sell to somebody else, but you first buy it yourself on seller finance with a down payment. In Novation, right, you can give them a down payment, but you don't close on it. It's just like a contract.
Okay.
And then once you repair it, then you sell it. Seller finance, same thing, but you close title. And then when you repair it, then you sell it to another person. Does that make sense or no?
Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah. And actually this, I say it because I read a Facebook note and it was explaining why should people...
Was explaining?
Why don't people use seller finance? Why do they use Novation? Phil, what are you doing?
What? My camera is on. Can you not see me?
No, I cannot. Of course I can see you. What are you doing this? I thought you were doing something.
I'm thinking about it.
You're thinking about something else. That's what you're doing.
Of course not, bro. What would I be thinking?
I don't know. Baby mama, maybe?
Huh?
Your baby mama.
I'm behaving what?
Your baby mama. Your baby mama.
No, man. One thing for me, you know, I'll never be in that kind of situation.
Again.
Never.
Again, I guess.
Never.
Never again.
I'm
Never.
too skilled, huh?
Never again.
I'm too skilled. Yeah, never again.
Okay, I did an address for you. I guess you get a rate. Maybe not.
Okay, wait, I already rated you. 0.5, 4.5. Sorry, put the scorecard. Let me put on the side 4.5. Okay. Rochester. I had a friend who studied in Rochester.
In Rochester?
In Rochester. Yeah, so it's actually lower in New York. Huh? I'm just looking at the properties right now. I'm noticing that they're like lower end properties.
He's in Rochester, New York, or Rochester, different country?
Rochester, New York. He studied there.
Oh.
Yeah,
I mean, I think you also have to look at downtown Rochester. I think downtown Rochester is probably good. Let's see.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I'm not sure. I think obviously, like, it's not. Oh, this is where they call, because New York has a different. People from downtown New York laugh at the people from. I don't know how do they call it. They call it Upland, New York, or whatever.
So you know what it's for?
So Long Island, they call this. They call it a certain name. Yeah. They like laugh for people who come from this area.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's not bad. I don't think it's bad.
What's Toronto basically?
Trying to find the name.
Industrial city.
Borough. They call it boroughs. Boroughs. Yeah, boroughs.
The boroughs, huh?
The boroughs of New York. Yeah, here we go. So there is Staten Island, Brooklyn, Bronx. No, this is exactly New York itself. This is the one I'm talking about. But they call it a certain. Upper New York. Upstate New York. Yeah, upstate. Are you still here? Okay, you're here.
Okay.
Upstate New York. Is the Upper New York Bay, which is enclosed by. No, this is not it. But anyways, there is a. After time. Do you put an address? I'm waiting for you. Or you are waiting for me? I don't know what's happening. I think I already gave an address.
You already should I start? Like you speak?
Yeah, you can start.
Already. Hello, ring.
Hello.
Hey, am I speaking with Joseph?
Yeah. Who's this?
Joseph, my name is Phil. How's your day going?
Not so bad, Philip. How can I help you?
Man, I'm hoping to make it a better day. I'm actually an investor looking at that listing that you recently put on Road. So I see here that obviously looks like an investor special that needs some work. I don't see a lot of pictures over here, so I usually purchase properties, rehab them, and resell them. So this one looks like it might be matching my buying criteria. I was just reaching out to see what exact work is needed.
So what do you do? I mean, say the match to criteria. What do you do?
I like I said, I rehab them. Like I see properties that need work, put work into them, put them up to 2022 standards, and then resell them. 2024 standards, then resell them.
Okay, I mean the property is in good structured condition. I believe you can make a lot of money on this property. I don't know any otherwise. We have it at a very good price. Obviously, when investing, it will make a lot of sense because of the work that's needed and how you can add value and make more money.
Got you, got you. Okay. Now, one thing that I just noticed is that it said it has, delayed negotiations offered due on the 9th of July. What's going on over there? Is the seller backing out?
They just want offers by that time. You know, that I mean, if you're gonna take your time, take your time. But that time we need all offers to be good to go. Good to go.
Yeah, I've never encountered something like this. I guess they just want to view everything at one time and then just make a decision accordingly. Is that the case?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. All right. So it obviously needs a lot of work. Have you had any people that have come in and viewed the property?
Yeah, we've had a lot of buyers from New York. We're looking for quite a side in this side of town, and they all love it. We just haven't had an offer. I think because it's more of an investor kind of property, so I'm assuming that's why.
Got it. Okay. And what's the reason behind the money to sell?
He's a retired veteran, and he's just looking to start traveling again. He's been in this house for a long time, and he made some money on crypto, so he's looking to use the crypto money and another money, and the money maybe go outside the country, and live there for a few years.
Oh, sweet. Sounds like he's living a life.
He definitely is, my man. He definitely is. So tell me.
Now, I see here you have it listed about 140,000. Is there any wiggle room over there?
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it needs quite a bit of work just by looking at the pictures. So it looks like it was built in '91, and we like to make sure like our homes are really updated to 2024 standards, like I had mentioned. So it'll take us quite a bit to get to that level. So that being said, if I came in at a cash offer, the numbers wouldn't pencil out on our end, and obviously with the high interest rate right now. So what I was thinking instead, let me back up. Does he have a mortgage on it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So what we could do, we recently purchased another property where the seller had a mortgage, and they were willing to work with us on the timeline. So what we did with that one, we came in, took over their loan payments, and agreed to took over their loan payments, the mortgage payments. We carried the note for the mortgage, and then agreed to pay them their asking price, and obviously pay the closing costs. But we paid them after about 30 years. We agreed on a 30-year balloon payment. If we were to do something like that, do you think they'll be interested in that kind of work?
Our time.
Yeah, anyways, I reached. I reached this.
Yeah. Do you give any stories?
No.
0.
Wait. No, I just gave the story of the way we
0.5. 1 rapport, 1.5 intro, 0.5 transition, 0.5 creative. So 4 in total. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
Okay. Buffalo.
address?
Did I not send already?
Hello, no.
Am I? Buffalo Soldier. Okay. I moved from that rocket, please. Move from Alabama address. Buffalo.
Buffalo. Hello.
My screen is stuck. I've pasted it right now.
Hey, Philip.
It's speaking.
Philip, this is Joseph. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good.
Oh my goodness, you have a beautiful house here. What's this?
Which house is that?
The one on Marina Street. It's beautiful. I like the cabinets inside. I like the way they polish the floors. It just looks beautiful. So I'm looking at this. Obviously, two things I'm looking to do. The first thing is either I can come in, live here for some time, and rent it out later on, or maybe I can just straight out turn it into a rental. Because it looks like it's, it has enough bedroom and bathroom, a huge square footage, huge backyard, potential. Like if I can make this backyard look nicer, I can probably charge more rent for it. Obviously, I mean, you guys have been on the market for a few days. What kind of feedback have you received?
Well, we actually, funny enough, we haven't got much feedback on this one.
Yeah,
a lot of people have, called in. Nobody has really walked through, so they haven't actually got a view of the property. So it's hard for them to say. They're assuming it's a really big property. It is, but it is just because it's a duplex, but it's ideal for like a normal.
Oh wow, so it's a duplex. Okay, I see. So that makes perfect sense. Now the funny thing is, like, a few weeks ago I just got into the duplex idea, and we used to rent most of the houses that we bought as rental was single family, just because they're really good at appreciation. But I never really wanted to delve into duplexes and multifamily until the point where my brother, like, I met with my brother, and he was convincing me. He has a lot of apartment buildings, and he was telling me like duplex is the way to go, especially if you want like cash flow and stuff like that. So I mean, I'm starting to thinking more of duplex, and funny thing that this was also a duplex, so that makes perfect. I mean, it fits perfectly into what I'm looking to do. Obviously, you guys have been on the market, said you have not had any feedback, so I'm assuming there's no offers as well, correct?
Yeah, none at all.
Okay. I mean, this property looks like beautiful, updated. What was the situation? Did they just move out to a different state, or what happened there?
Well, it's actually a funny story. They were living there, then the husband got transferred to a different job.
Oh, wow.
In Rochester, New York. So the commute was just kind of hard for them, like a 2-hour commute back and forth. So they just decided, instead of spending 4 hours on the road, they just moved out to Rochester instead.
Jeez, so he was living in Rochester and traveling from Buffalo. That must be a good paying job to do that. That must be a really nice job.
Unique, I said.
Yeah, for sure. Like, definitely unique. I mean, I might as well get that job instead of doing what I'm doing, if it's that much worth it. But I guess, I mean, obviously, so, I mean, looks like it's vacant. I mean, I'm assuming they've moved out already?
Yeah, they did.
Okay. So I'm interested in presenting an offer, but obviously I have to see. I mean, I want to use a cash offer, but we recently got got a quote from our lender, and the interest rate right now is really, really high on these properties. Especially as an investor, we have to come in with 10% down, and on top of that, the interest is like 7-8%. It's really, I mean, it's cutting back on the cash flow that I can make on this property. But here's what I'm thinking. I mean, obviously, I don't know if this will work for the seller. We've been buying a lot of properties using subject to and creative finance, where we give the seller down payment and then have them carry the note. And instead of paying the money to the bank, they make all the interest and payment is pretty much us as an investment where they make interest on their money. Do you think they'll be open to doing something like that?
I don't think so. Yeah, because they had to get a second mortgage when they moved to Rochester. So.
Oh, so they need to buy another house.
Yeah, then they needed to buy another house, so they have 2 mortgages right now, and I just don't think they'll be open to something like that.
Yeah, funny thing is that a few months ago we actually purchased another house. This was a single family before we got into multifamily, and it was a similar situation. They had, like, the seller wanted to, they immediately got a job transfer, you know, and I think there's not like your job where they had to move all the way. They were driving back and forth. No, it was not, but it was in a different state, so they had to sell this property in order to buy another one. But they didn't know that actually you can just write off most of your DTI payments and qualify for the next. Like we were able to give them on that station, we were able to give them a down payment for them to buy another house, and on top of that, we included risk purchase on this purchase contract on this house. That way, it's offset the DTI, and they're able to purchase a new house with a higher DTI. I mean, if we're able to help them in that sense, do you think they'll be at least open to taking a look at this offer?
Oh man, I was gonna ask you, what if the bank finds out? What if the bank finds out?
So,
but they can never, right?
What do you mean, like the bank finding out that the house
instead
is
of
leased?
just being an income, huh?
It's really an income, you know. So the actual rule is not. The actual rule is on the IRS or the lending form, whatever. It's really, it's called debt paid by others.
Okay.
So it doesn't have to be you don't have to rent it. Even if you give it to, even if you take a loan and then it's paid by your family member, like let's say you move out and then your family member starts renting it out.
Yeah, let's say my spouse or whatever. So it still counts, huh?
It still counts. It's not. It doesn't have to be rent. It's just debt that you're no longer responsible for. Like for example, if you have a loan with like you have a credit card, and then you have to pay monthly. You have to pay back monthly, right? Instead of you paying it back, let's say your father decides, okay, I'm gonna pay that credit card back for you. That's debt paid by others. So your father is paying the debt for you, and that removes that DTI from your DTI. Sorry, it removes that debt from your DTI.
Well, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that's the way, then if that's the case, then it makes sense.
Yeah. So the bank really, even if they find out, like it's not like you've done something.
They don't care as long as it's coming, right?
Yes, but I mean, finding out. I think you're referring to finding out if they found out that you rented the house or what?
Yeah, like you did this kind of transaction. You know, to me, like seller finder. But why would they even look into it, right?
Yeah, so I think that's a different. I think you're referring to dual and sell. That's different from leasing. I think leasing is when the title transfers, but if the title doesn't transfer, there's no issue. I don't know if you get my point. Like if you don't sell, if you're just leasing, but you're referring to dual and sell. Yeah, if they find out on dual and sell, they can call the loan due. But banks usually don't go around looking for loans that are already being paid, but by other people. They look for loans that are not being paid. You know what I'm saying? So then you can, like, if you stop paying and they call a default and then they figure out that it's already sold, then you're in big trouble. But that's where you go and tell the seller, like, hey, we've done 1,000 of this transaction, none of this, you know, we've never had a loan call due. But if we do, you know, we usually, you know, the seller, this is a good thing. I mean, most of the times if that happens, it's a really a simple transaction where we just deed the property back, and then we buy it on a agreement for sale, which is not illegal most of the times. An agreement for sale is a legal way. Like a lease purchase is a legal way. Like you can sell a contract of the house. Like let's say I will just make payments until payments are finished, then the title transfer. That's not illegal. It's not really illegal, but it's not against the bank. But some banks, commercial lenders can be illegal. Like if you're doing multifamily like that, they might get you. But most of the time, single family, then they don't worry about, like, if you just have a contract and the title hasn't transferred, it doesn't really affect. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know the difference between agreement for sale or
agreement for sale?
Huh?
Agreement for sale and what?
Yeah, it's also called as I think it's, what's another name of agreement for sale? But do you know what an agreement for sale is?
No.
Agreement for sale. I'm gonna find one with another name. What is another name? Sales of person. Let me go to ChatGPT. Yeah, agreement for sale is like, so for example, if you go seller finance or subject to, right? You do have to transfer title.
Okay.
But you can also buy the property without transferring title, if that makes sense. So I can write up
again.
Huh?
Say it again.
So you can also, like, if I buy property subject to, the title transfers, but the loan stays in the name as, sorry, the debt stays in the seller's name, correct?
Yeah.
But an agreement for sale is a similar situation, but the title doesn't transfer. So you just have a contract, which is recorded on the, like, you go and publicly record the contract, and that's it. You don't actually buy the property. But you've actually bought the property, if that makes sense. Like, you've actually, nobody can buy it again until you are, like, you are actually the owner. But you don't get, obviously, the owner on title is still the seller's name, but you actually have a sold and you're making payments, if that makes sense.
Very confusing.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. So for example, you have a house, right? 123 Main Street. Your house is 100,000. I tell you, fill it. I'm gonna sign an agreement for sale with you that I have bought the property, but I won't take title until I finish paying you for 30 years. I'll pay you $100 for 30 years. Once that's done, now the title transfers.
Okay.
So have I bought the property or have I not bought the property?
You've not, until the 30 years.
No, I've actually bought the property. So that's the difference.
How? Because you just paid a certain amount, so it's not like you, let's say on the 10th year or 6th year or whatever, you would have paid not even half the value. So how have you bought the property?
So that's what an agreement for sale is. That okay? So here's the thing. Like, it's almost like when you say wholesaling. When you go wholesale, I'll confuse you on this. But let me ask you a question. So if, let's say, after 10 years, if the seller decides to sell it to somebody else, can they do that or not?
I mean, they should not be able to.
Boom, there we go. So, who owns the property?
I guess.
Can you? Okay, so let's say
nobody.
This. Let me ask you.
Nobody. I mean, like, that's reasonable.
So let me ask you this.
It's still the sellers, but it's binding, so it has half ownership of it, part ownership.
Exactly, you have an interest. Like, let's say partnership in a sense.
Yeah.
I think it's also, there's another contract, also it's called master lease. Like, you have a contract. So you kind of like, they cannot do anything and you cannot do anything.
You cannot do anything.
Yeah. But who is in possession of the house? Let's say if something happens, obviously you have to get insurance or whatever. You have to say you have an agreement for contract and whatever. But who's, let's say if the house burns down, whose loss is it?
Oof, bro. Who's residing in the home?
Let's say it doesn't really matter. That's why I don't know. Let's say even if the seller is, let's say the seller is in the house and the house burns down.
It's my loss, bro. Because you can come back to me and say that, look, man, I was paying you for this stuff, but obviously now I'm paying for nothing. So you give me back my money. Like I paid for something certain. Like I paid for. It's like you telling me this, Jill. If you wanna buy my car, okay? I'm selling my car at 3,000. You tell me, bro, I'll pay you slowly. So you.
That's actually a very good example. So let's take an example of a car. So, for example, you have a car, right, Philip? You sell me your car, like your BMW, for 5,000.
1,000.
Okay, BMW. Okay, you sell me a BMW for 1,000, and then we say we're gonna 5 years. I'll pay you $30 for 5 years. I'm gonna give you a $200 down payment and then $30 for 5 years. Okay.
Okay.
Then year 2, the car burns down. Should I keep paying you until it's finished?
Who's driving?
No. Let's assume. Okay, let's assume. I'll give you 2 scenarios. Let's forget about who's driving, and then I'll give you the driving when who's driving later on, because I don't want to bring that up yet. Let's assume whatever, like nobody. Neither you and I was driving.
Okay.
Year 2, the car burns down. Do you stop paying, or do I continue? Do I continue paying you, or should I stop paying because I don't have anything in return?
You should stop paying me, and I should give you back the money.
How's that logical, bro?
Bro, because you haven't gotten the car, you're paying for something that you don't own yet, and me as a seller, it was my responsibility. So I have to take the loss because
I think you're looking at it in different ways. So you're looking at it that you don't get the house until the end of the. You don't get the house until you finish paying the payment. You don't get the car until the 5th year. That's how you're looking at it, or no?
That's how I'm looking at it.
Okay, that's a lease purchase. That's different. That's a lease purchase or lease option. So, a lease option, it means that you haven't bought it yet. That's actually a good point. That's a lease option or lease purchase, meaning during the time you haven't really owned it. But this is a different agreement. This agreement is different because on this agreement, it's not like you're not leasing it before you own it. In this agreement, it's called an agreement for sale, meaning you're owning it before you finish paying it.
Okay.
But you don't, like, your name is not on title. Like, from the first day you get the property, from the first day you give the down payment, the car is yours. You can do whatever you want. And then, but if you don't finish paying it, I can come and foreclose.
Actually, this is the same situation. The one guy, he offered me his car, okay? He told me that he's selling his car for 60,000, okay? He told me that you can pay me 20,000. When you pay me 20, you get the car. Then in 3 months, 3 or 4 months, he said, you have to clear me the balance of this money. So in between that space, let's say I stop paying or something happens or I'm still driving, the car gets damaged, I still have to pay him, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, you still have to pay him because he initially, like in the beginning, he gave you ownership, even though now
yeah, he gave me ownership.
Yeah, he gave you
but
ownership.
I didn't finish paying. Yeah.
So, so there's a difference. So even though subject to is the same thing, like when you're doing subject to, this is all the same thing. It's just that on the difference between what we're talking about right now and subject to and seller finance is that on subject to and seller finance, the actual name on the title transfers immediately. But this one, the name on the title doesn't transfer. So why is that important? If it transfers immediately, you can use it as for tax savings, like a tax depreciation. You can take deductions and you can do a lot of tax advantages because your name is on title. But if it's not, you cannot do all of that. You have to wait until your name is on title. Does that make sense? So yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Yeah, I think your example of a car is the same thing. Like you have ownership. So if you break that car, you still have to pay for it because it's not like he was leasing it to you. You know, the contract already says like anything that happens, usually the contract spell that a lot. Like anything that happens is your responsibility. You still have to fulfill that loan and until the end.
Yeah. True.
Unless it's a lease where, meaning it's just a rental, that means the landlord has to insure the property. So it's his responsibility when something happens. So that's a different case.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, it was actually a good deal, but obviously I can't afford it and I don't need it.
No, but 3 months to pay back in 3 months, that's a huge amount of money.
60,000?
60,000 in 3 months.